And it's time to do some feet. So the feet are peculiar, also not as important as the other parts of the leg, because I told you the overall shape of the leg is super important, because many characters will have visible legs, especially female characters, as we know. But the feet, they're not that important. Usually you have to make the base shape of the feet, even without too much finger stuff or toes, and then you will be golden because you will then put shoes on. If you don't make the base shape of the feet right though, then the shoes that you will put on, they could be bad looking. So let's make some feet and see what will happen. So mesh, sphere, and we start. This will be our foot. You see, but what is this foot? This doesn't look like foot, but it should be. It should be a foot. We'll see. We will flatten the bottom. We'll make sure in the bottom when we sculpt. When we draw, we cannot do this, but when we sculpt, you can make this bottom look like a step in the sand. In the wet sand, when you step, you are seeing, as I already shown you, this kind of thing. Sometimes a little bit like this. And then here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and one big one, like this. These things we don't see, because the step, you know, is only for the bottom part, only the part that touches the ground. And usually here we don't have anything, but in the foot there is something here. It's just a little bit above the ground, it's not on the ground. All the things that are on the ground are these things that we draw here. So we are trying to do something like that. And of course, if this will be, where will be our big toe? The big toe will be in this area here. So if that will be our big toe, we have to push down the other parts where the small toes are and increase the size of the portion of the leg where the big toe is, because it's a little bit taller, and it's taller from the side of the big toe, the inner side. Here we will lift this up a little bit, and then we will remesh so we will be able to do it better. So as you can see, we already have something that looks even like a boot, like a shoe, kind of. We can leave it as it is if we were gonna put boots or shoes, but I'd like to take things a little bit further, usually, because it's just fun. Also, it's a good exercise. Sometimes you may need to do bare legs, bare feet, which I told you I have never had to do, bare legs, but maybe you will have to. Let's make the calves, not the calves, the ankles. Ankles are important part of the foot, actually. We will make this fat pads here in the back, here on the side, and on this side we will have fat pad. Let's see what else we have. We have those fat pads here. If you make the leg like this, it will not look nice. But and this is from Anatomy for Sculptors again, as we know, amazing book. All these things are there, and it's just so much information. So it's worth it, every penny. So here you see this is how the fat pad, when we are stepping, it's kind of pressed and it's depressed. This is also fine if you do it, but it doesn't look that natural. This is what we have here, the side view of the ankle. This is the front view, and we see how our ankles, the inner ankle is a little bit more up, and there is even X-ray view. Yeah, this is also true for those, but in the other way. So the inner is lower, the inner portion of the calves is lower than the outer, but we are working now on our feet. Let's try to do a foot like this. I will increase this so I can see all the feet, and let's start to do this. So now we will dig a little bit here, so we will have this as something like a fat pad, like it's in the picture. So in this outer area we will have something like a fat pad. We will kind of make this flat, the top, and here in the middle, but a little bit more on the toe side, we will have something like a sharp sharp angle, like pointing at the toe. This one here, as you can see, this one we are trying to achieve, pointing at the big toe. The big toe we will separate a little bit from the other toes, because it's a lot different. It's much thicker. It's different shape. So the big toe is actually our friend here, because it will help us to achieve a nice, interesting shape of the leg. So let's see, from the inside, this bump here for the ankle is a little bit on the front side, as you can see. If we are measuring this from here to here, this distance, and the middle of this distance is here, this is more on the front side. Not too much though. Don't make it too much. From the side view, from the other side, if we measure this distance and put a middle portion, it will be here. This will be more on the back side. So, or in the middle, but it's kind of there. You'll see. This is not as important though. Nobody will notice if you make them exactly in the middle, both of them. Almost nobody. I will notice, but nobody else. So, yeah, it's fine. You can do whatever. If you want to do it properly, yeah, you can do the inner one a little bit more forward and the outer one a little bit more backward. But if you just want to concentrate on important things, then do the important things. These are not as important. I'm trying to tell you that the foot itself is not as important. But you can do studies of it and eventually make it work nicely for yourself. Here we will have a little bit of a bump, which is a muscle. And I don't know if we have any images with muscles of the foot, because there are some tiny muscles in the foot. Usually, most of the muscles that are moving the foot are on the top of on the lower leg here, and they are going with tendons down, so it doesn't make weight at the end of the foot. But the nature decided to put some muscles inside the foot as well, which in my opinion is not a good idea. You know, a horse, for example, doesn't have muscles in their hooves, because the hooves, their purpose is to be as light as possible, because they are at the end of the motion. The heavier they are, the most difficult it will be to move them, and they will have this inertia that will obstruct them from moving that fast. So for us, we are also trying to run sometimes with those feet. We are trying to do other stuff. The heavier boots you have, or the heavier your feet are, the more difficult it will be for you to run. But still, the nature decided to put some, I don't know why. Nature is working in a peculiar way sometimes. This is our left view, I think. Yeah, this is a left view. So I think I'm going to rotate this so the left view is more left, because it was not exactly as left as possible. The left, the more left as possible. Now we will go and flatten the bottom of the foot. I always do that with my characters. I flatten the bottom of the foot and I put them exactly on the floor. This way I know that everything is correct. And when I rotate, I lose everything. I press home on my keyboard and everything should be fine. Yeah, I'm giving you a little bit of a hint about the program, about Blender, because Blender is a free program. You can always learn it. If you spend, like, let's say 100 hours in the program will be enough with some courses, and you will be fine. And you will feel comfortable working in the program. Of course, sculpting in Blender is done usually with a tablet. Some people are sculpting with mouse and they're doing well, but the tablet is the appropriate way. So don't be deceived to sculpt only with a mouse. Tablet is the way to go, usually. And tablets are not that expensive these days. You can buy a tablet, a graphic tablet for drawing without a screen. I'm working on a screenless tablet, and my tablet for sculpting is one by Wacom, and this is the cheapest Wacom tablet you can possibly find. You can find it secondhand about $30. So it's not exactly the biggest investment, which is great because in this case, with Blender, which is free, and with a tablet, which is pretty inexpensive, the sculpting is pretty accessible. What am I doing here now is this fat pad below the big toe. We have something like that. We will flatten this area also, because this area is mostly for the small toes, and there is nothing else but, except for the bones of the small toes and some tendons. There are not too many muscles there, so it's not gonna be thick area. Okay, a very important thing, by the way, which some people are doing, some people are not. The toes are not the same. So what I mean by that? Especially the smaller toe here, the pinky toe, it should be kind of tugged into the others a little bit like this. It's not ever, I have never seen a guy who is having a small toe like this. This looks awkward here, because it looks like the small toe is just smaller version of the other toes, which is it's not like that. Usually, let's see, usually it's kind of curved, as we can see here. This is a real image. So anatomy images sometimes are a little bit deceiving, and we have to look at real. So usually it's a little bit curved and moved and tucked into the other toe, into the next one. So if we do it like this, curved and tucked into the next one, it should be much better. What I also notice is from the bottom, we have a big toe. We have this distance here, and we will have this kind of area where the foot ends and the fingers, no, the toes are starting. And we will have this kind of empty space in some of them. So the little toe here, the pinky, will be very close to this area, and it will be kind of tucked into it. Then the next one will be a little bit further away, the next one even further away, and this one will be the most further away, and it will be visible kind of the bottom portion here, because toes are usually kind of long, they are not very short, except for the small toe, of course. The pinky is pretty short, as we can see. The other ones are kind of longer. And let's try to analyze what's happening with the big toe. The big toe is almost like the big, the thumb of the arm. It has one less phalange, although, yeah, one less, we can count it. And it's big, and it's important. And also when you step on the ground, it kind of makes this fat around it to get thicker. So something like this should be in order. Of course, we shouldn't look at an image here, a realistic image, because it will fool us a little bit. We have to look at the stylized version here, because the stylized version will be much easier to understand. The real toe has so many like little things that we cannot quite grasp, especially if we don't know the basics. So what I have done here is I've done the nail, but usually, as I told you already, I think, the big toe is pointing upwards, kind of like this. It's pointing a bit upwards. The other toes are pointing a bit downwards. Their nails are pointing a bit down. So we'll see if we are able to do it, but it's gonna be something like this. I don't like this next toe here. It's obviously bad. Also, the big toe usually is, from the top view, it's pointing a little bit on this side, a little bit inward to the other toes. Amazing stuff about the toes. And what I like to do also is to make those tendons that are coming from around this area, and they are going to the little toes, and they're kind of smooth because they usually are kind of flattish. So in some cases you can see them a lot, so I like to just make them a little bit visible, but not too much. But if you don't make them visible at all, your foot will not look kind of super cool. Also, we have something like a bone in this area here, which is not shown in here, which I'm a little bit concerned of, because we have something like a bone, at least I have. So I use myself as to study how the anatomy is, because I see the anatomy on books. I see the anatomy, what's happening on those anatomy drawings or stuff, but then I have to test it. So I just watch and see what happens with my own feet in this case. And I noticed, what then I noticed that here, just below this one, we have some other bump which is also below in the front. We have a bump which is also a bony bump. And it probably has some explanation. Maybe you don't have it. Maybe I have some problems with my legs that I don't know about. Or this is not a very good drawing. Let's see what's happening here. So we have the ankle on the front. We have this. This should be kind of the area where this bone should be. We see these tendons that are going only to the small feet, to the small toes, and the big toe has a separate tendon going to it, which is next to the others. So we have a couple of tendons going here down. They're not super visible usually, but it depends on how muscular the guy is and other stuff. So we can actually be able to see it. And in this drawing, anatomy drawing, we can see that the little toe is kind of tucked into the others. So it's better. This one is better than the other ones. Also the toes, usually when we step on the ground, the front part of the toes becomes larger than the other parts of the toes from the top. As you can see, what I'm doing here is pushing this area and making a hole in here, and here we have a flat area where we step, because we kind of push this on the ground. We will have our toenails as well. They're small and we don't care about them. Now, if you want to make a nice and super nice looking foot, you have to go to a lot of detail, which I will not be able to teach you here. I'm sorry about that, but this is where we will get with the foot the most. We cannot go too much more further with the foot. This has to go down, this has to be up, so this should go a little bit more down. What else I can tell? Usually when I do a foot, I do a line in here, and then I make this a little bit more appealing, a little bit more visible, this muscle in here. And by the way, this muscle, you may believe it or not, is this green thing here is this muscle. Sometimes it's bulging around, and this muscle is going again into the toes without the big toe. And even without the little toe. So only the 3 toes here is this muscle serving, which is very awkward, but I mean, we can see it, it's there. So those are peculiar things. I don't think we need to know them. And also we have a tendon going from the top, coming from the top here, and it's sometimes visible, and it's attaching to around this point here. So if we make it and then smooth it out, it could look interesting. Let's see if we can find what this tendon is about. Yeah, we have this tendon here. This is this kind of yeah, and it's coming to probably a little bit more forward than I placed it. Yes. Some of the bones of the feet are going metatarsals or whatever. I don't think we need to know too much about those things. As a character artist, I told you my opinion. Feet are not as important. The main thing is about the shape of the feet, which from the front is looking like this. It's like going to the toe area. It's bigger in the toe area. And then the toe itself is kind of big and bulky. And the other toes, the big toe, the other toes are smaller. They're quite long. They are not super not long, but they're quite long. And then you have to notice a little bit of a bump in here for this muscle, and then the ankle, and this ankle, and that's it. From the side view, of course, and from the bottom view, I already told you, but from the side view, you have to go easy. I mean, not like this and then this. There is no kind of an angle in here that much. We have to go easy, ease out, like this, and then the big toe is coming like, and the little toes are coming down, 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 and down. The big toe is coming a little bit more upwards, like this, usually. And also here, sometimes in this particular area, we can have a little bit of a bump around this area. We can have a little bit of a bump. We may or may not do it. Then we can do this kind of a line, and when we do this, when we do our Achilles tendon going down to the heel, and then here the fat pad, and then we push this area and the other area on the other side, so they are like, you know, pushed inward and pushed inward. So we have this, then we should be golden. I mean, we shouldn't have any issues with our feet. And from the bottom, always make it a step in the sand, which will be a step in the right direction. Yeah. Step in the sand is a step in the right direction, usually. Maybe we can just push it a little bit more in this area up, so it's more like a step in the sand. As we can see, it's always now is a step in the sand, actually. And if you make it like this, you should be really fine. This, and this is a little bit more interesting, but yeah. That's it. It's logic. I'm not saying that you will draw immediately or sculpt nice feet, because even I don't make amazing feet without reference. With reference, I can do many things better. And if I have to do a study, feet study, I will use a lot of reference, and a lot of them will be these ones. But also I will use normal references like this, although this is a pretty low resolution. So this one also is not. But you see a muscular guy, how he has this kind of huge tendons going down, like they're very, very prominent, which is interesting, right? This is the tendon of the big foot, and it's pretty huge in this guy. I mean, yeah, so when you are drawing or sculpting feet or legs or whatever, you will bump into some interesting things, because when you're having your references, and you should have always reference, as I told you, when you're having your references, you will see things sometimes that you will be a little bit like, what is this? What is happening here? And you will not be able to answer this very simple question. What is happening there? I'm sorry about that. Let's make this as it is in the drawing a little bit to see if this will work. I'm not completely convinced of these shapes in here, but I will try to make them just for the sake of it, just for the sport. This doesn't look quite bad. We'll have a portion which is right here, like this. Then another portion a little bit more on the back. And then this will be inflated. We will have a bump in here. This is too much detail in my opinion for for a normal character artist to have. If you get a normal character artist working in the industry, relatively good, I mean for many years, and you tell them to make a foot without any reference, it will be very hard for him, because we just don't make too much feet. As I said, we are making them just enough so we can have them as a reference for the shoes after. That's it. We'll have the tendons visible in this case. Here, I don't know what is happening, but it's fine. If we make this exact foot from planes, we may say, if we make it exactly as it is visible here, it will look probably nice, relatively nice, because it will be looking like a robot foot or whatever. It will, wow, this guy understands so much about the foot anatomy. He had, he had made this interesting planes of the foot. But actually, some of those planes I don't think are completely right. So even the guys from Anatomy for Sculptures, even they maybe don't know how to do too much feet. And I told you, it's not needed. But if you want to be a foot expert, which you should probably aim for something like this, to be an expert in something that many people are not, then you have to study a lot of feet pictures, which can be nice if you're a foot fetishist. It will be pretty nice. Although when you watch those pictures, you probably will do other things than sculpting, and it will obstruct your learning. So be careful with that, my advice. And but anyway, you can research a lot of feet pictures, and taking these images, these anatomy images into consideration, trying to achieve better feet anatomy. I've seen people doing nice feet, but whatever you see in ArtStation, for example, you see somebody has done a very nice sculpt of a foot, but it's so cool. Everything is very realistic, even a little bit beyond that. So it's realistic, but even better than realistic, which is usually the case when we're doing art or concepts or whatever. Then you have to know that he has spent many hours. So I have spent on this foot, which looks relatively fine, I have spent 28 minutes sculpting and explaining. If we need it to be super nice and very good looking, we have to spend a couple of hours more and we will be completely fine. We have to be careful with this little toes, by the way, because this one is broken. We don't want that. We don't want broken toes. Broken toes will bring us bad luck. And also pain. But bad luck is one of the important things. Pain is fine. And again, if you want to research feet, be my guest. But be careful. Researching sometimes can lead to other things. That can lead to other things. And you will end up losing a lot of weight or losing a lot of energy without doing any research actually. Alright. So yeah, the bump that I told you about, which is right around this area, when we look at the leg from the side view, they didn't make it quite much, I mean, in this anatomy. Let's see if Bridgman has done it, because Bridgman is one of the best anatomy guys. This is the Bridgman foot. It's not looking bad. It's difficult to judge, but it's interesting. The problem is that he has made we have made the left foot and he has made the right foot, and it's difficult to, when you have a reference, you have to try to find a reference which is your foot, or just flip it. It's not a huge issue to flip it. Yeah, you can flip it. Even in this program, we can flip it. And some of this, like this one, is our left foot, which is great. Flipping it will be nice. The foot usually is narrower in the back and going a little bit bigger in the front. And the big foot, we can make it a bit bigger. Okay, it's a relatively cool foot. I mean, we usually, as I said, even don't go that far with the feet. Thank you. Now, in the next one, we have to do some other feet. Let's see if we can do this kind of feet. This is David from Michelangelo, one of the most famous sculptures in the world. And his feet are a little bit, you know, they are tall, they are relaxed, so we don't see too much muscle. Although in this one, we see a little bit more muscle definition because this is the foot that he's standing on. And this one is more relaxed. So this kind of relaxed foot are fine, but we want to do more strong and nice feet. We can try to do Bridgman leg. It will be interesting with those hamstrings in the back, how they are connected here and everything. Bridgman leg would be nice with the gesture, how he's going. Very cool. Bridgman is a beast in anatomy. We see the side view, kind of we go from this and go down exactly to the pink. If you go from the most forward portion of the quads and put a line down from profile view, you have to go to your little toe usually. But I as I said, I like to take things a little more into more extreme, so I push the feet usually a little bit more back. But that's just me. I just push them back and make them better. A lot of things are going on here. So we see the quadriceps on the top. We see the tendons that are going to the patella, which is the kneecap. Then we see the tendon that's going down to the tibia. We see the tibia, actually. We see the top of the fibula. I think it should be here. This tendon is attached to it, which is great. This is the iliotibial band, I guess. This one. No. The iliotibial band is attached to the tibia. So yeah, this is the iliotibial band because this guy here, the tibialis anterior or whatever, is connected to exactly this point. So this should be the iliotibial band. Behind it, we don't see it here, but behind it is the biceps femoris tendon, which is connected to the fibula in here. And from there we have others, and here it's pretty interesting, by the way. I think we should try to do this with these knees and everything. Try to do just a simple Bridgman foot or leg in this case. Yeah. Okay. See you in the next one. Okay, guys. So what is Bridgman and why are we doing his leg? Because this will be Bridgman leg. Why? George Bridgman is a creator of Constructive Anatomy, a book in 1920. So in 1920 he created this book, and since then many people have created books like Bames or others, but his book is a little bit different because his illustrations are exaggerations of the shapes, a little bit of the muscles and the bones and everything, so we can see and kind of understand them a little bit better. And you can see here a very sharp corner of the top of the fibula, which is usually not that pronounced, but with this pronouncement of the shapes of the bones and the muscles, he's giving us a little bit better understanding of their forms, and that's pretty nice. But in order to, and my opinion is, in order to study some anatomy, doesn't matter if it's arm anatomy, hand anatomy, whatever, Bridgman is always a good source. So we can always do some stuff with his anatomy books. So now we will do this leg with the help of Bridgman drawings. This is the knee area. This will be our hip. This will be the middle of the foot. And as always, I'm just trying to make some base forms of the foot. If you are drawing, of course, you can draw just basic lines at the bottom, something like, let's say, something like this, then straight line, then a little bit like this, and always go inward, because this kind of, if the legs of the person are collected together, we'll have kind of a straight line in between. And I told you this is not exactly a straight line in between, but in this line we will have to do this, and in this line we will make our forms, and there will be first the inner thigh muscles, then we can have a little bit of a thing, then we will get to the knee area where they will touch usually, then we will get a little bit below with our calves, and they also will touch, but here we will have an area where they don't touch. Exactly. And here we will have our knees, very importantly. And that's it basically when you draw. When you sculpt, sartorius muscle, of course, we always want to kind of emphasize it a little bit. But when you sculpt, we want to go from the front, make sure we have everything from the side, make sure we have everything. We need a little bit more geometry, so I will remesh. And let's make the foot. This is the foot. Maybe it doesn't look like much, but usually it doesn't when it comes to the beginning, when we start doing the foot. By the way, I want to tell you something about the female legs. So the female legs are nothing like the male legs. They have the same muscles, they have the same bones. They are not different than that, but they have a little bit different fat distribution, and also a little bit different shapes in terms of they're not so sharp and angular shapes in the female leg. If you want, of course, the female leg to look nice and, let's say, sexy. Why not? It may be sexist to say sexy, but we may say it. So, okay, we have something that resembles a foot already. Usually, when I sculpt it, I don't want to sculpt the leg alone. No, I don't want to sculpt the leg alone. I want to sculpt both legs. So what I do is I move it and then I mirror it, and you will see it's a little bit strange. We will rotate it so it's better like this and move it. I think this will be nice. This is enough for us. And even now it doesn't look so bad. Of course, this is too much in the top here. We'll move it in, and here we can have, and we will have, the knee area connect. Here there will be the knee box, we may say. Let's see if we have the knee box here. Yeah, we have something like a knee box. Let's see the front view. In this view we don't have exactly the box, but we have something like it, and I'm not sure about this line in here, because this line usually doesn't exist. Since this is the tendon, we have this line existing usually, so like this, and I stand for this. I'm pretty sure we have to do it this way. You know, I'm not only relying on the anatomy books for my knowledge. I have watched different anatomy courses. I have done a lot of research. I have gone through a lot of pictures. I have also watched myself in the mirror. For any anatomy course that I do, I prepare myself extensively. So I don't rely only on the knowledge of the anatomy book. So the anatomy books say that this is this and that, that. No, it's not exactly. You have to be aware that not always the anatomy book or the anatomy guy like me are completely right. Maybe we got something wrong sometimes. So be aware of that. So let's go and make the the spine of the pelvis here, or the iliac crest. Okay, I think we should move the leg a little bit backwards like this. I like it this way. The knee area should be narrower. Then from the ass down, we'll have almost a straight line. Then we'll have some interesting things. Then we'll have the calves, and then we'll have those interesting representations or something that looks like feet. They are not actual feet because they are hideous, but we will make them feet at some point. And I'm not watching the anatomy of Bridgman right now at all. I'm just sculpting with what I know. I know where the calves are. I know where everything is. Basically. And for details, we will go to the anatomy. We need just the basic forms. Let's see, by the way, how he represented the back here. Okay. Nice. Good job. Sometimes we lose ourselves, but we find ourselves pretty quickly with home button. When you lose yourself in Blender and when you don't know where you are, just press the home button and it will take you home. So it's good. It's nice. This interesting thing is a biceps femoris here. The ass is going kind of in between the biceps femoris and the quadriceps muscle here, and the tendon is going to this point, which should be a little bit lower, I think, if our knee is here, but I'm not sure where our knee is yet. We will see. So this point, we can easily move it up or down, whatever we want. This is the top of the fibula bone here, where this tendon of the biceps femoris is connected. This tendon of the iliotibial band, as we know, is connecting a little bit more forward to the tibia in the bottom, and from that point of the tibia until that point, from the side view, this is a straight kind of line on the side, because there are almost only tendons going from the top down. So that's why we have this kind of a straight line here. And from this line down, we start from the fibula, from the top of the fibula, we start going away for all those muscles here. Especially, this is kind of one of the muscles, the soleus muscle, the sun muscle, which is peaking below the gastrocnemius muscle, I think it's called. The big one on the calves is gastrocnemius, I think, but as I said, I'm not sure because I don't know these muscles too much, the names of them, and I don't care. I kind of know the principle, how they work and where they are. And I already told you they are coming from the femur, from the bottom of the femur, and from there they're going to some interesting places down, and they become obsolete. No, they are not. So what do we have here? We have, this is kind of a dimple here, but this is not the way, this is not where our greater trochanter or the top of the femur bone is. It's not here, it's around this area here, and it's usually not super visible, but it's kind of in this area. So yeah, this is where our leg is starting kind of a flat from the iliac crest or from the pelvis. It's starting flat down, and yeah, we are having something here that resembles a leg. Let's go and put our sartorius muscle, the longest muscle. As we all know, maybe you are sick of hearing that it's the longest muscle of the human body, but since it is, we cannot do anything about it. So we should be fine. We should be fine with this muscle being the longest, and me constantly telling you that. I think we are okay with that. Now let's go and make sure that the calf muscles are also touching here in the middle. Not in the middle, but yeah, around the middle of the bottom leg. They will touch, and we will make the sharper transition. Go like this. Remember that when we were doing a leg from planes, we have done something like this here, a little bit like this. But here we will do a little bit more. We will do an angular transition. So like this, a little bit more angular. And of course we will see how this will go from the side view, and all the other views we will understand. Here on the top of the calf muscles, I will drag from one side and from the other, just push a little bit, because I told you there is a little bit of a tendinous area in there where there is no muscle. So the muscles are coming from the top, and then here they are kind of there is interesting area here, and I don't know if we have a muscle, really muscle or leg from the back view, calves, to see that. No, it's not here. Here we barely can see it because it's very smooth. So let's see it in this at least. Yeah, in this we can see it, how the muscle fibers are going one way, and then here there is a little bit of tendinous area and the muscle fibers are going a little bit differently. It's a little bit complicated area there, but yeah, following some anatomy books and everything, you should be able to kind of understand what is happening there actually. So I will try to draw it as we see it in the drawing. Here we have this fat pad that in the drawing here it's not present. It should be around this area here. This fat pad is covering some nerves and some veins that are going through the leg down. Our calves are coming from the sides like this. They are connected to the bottom of this bone here, which is the femur, and they come down together and connect and make this kind of separation, and then they are small, but then from here we have also a big portion of them, as we can see. And here we have this, and the top one, I mean the side one, this one should be a little bit more upwards than this one. In our case it's not like this, but we should kind of do it. In this area is almost the same. So when you draw it, you have to consider also this kind of things. Otherwise, your calves will be a little bit boring if you draw them just completely flat, without any bumps on them or stuff. And they are, if they are relaxed, those muscles, the calves, they don't have too much to brag about. I mean, they are like normal. But when we tense them, especially in some muscular people that have more definition, they start to look a little bit like in the Bridgman anatomy, and here also, because you know, if we have a low percentage of fat. So here we are seeing main forms. In this particular drawing we are seeing mostly main shapes, and as we can see those main shapes, this is the shape of our quadriceps from the side. And it's interesting how he made it like a very interesting plane going here. It's not exactly like that, but we can simplify it like this. It's something like a stylized leg, which is, I approve it. It's always nice to stylize those things in order to be able to see them better. This is again that quadriceps muscle. Then from the top here we will have this front muscle, which is the tensor fasciae latae, and it's kind of visible in here. I don't know why he separated it that much from the others. The separation usually is not that visible, but I guess he just wanted to show everything. This top area here, this thing here, is your greater trochanter. The greater trochanter is the top end and the side of your femur bone. And the femur bone is the biggest bone in the human body, and it's the upper leg bone. So this is the upper leg bone is there. And it's called the greater trochanter. Not the bone itself is called the greater trochanter, but only this portion here, which is a relatively important bony landmark, we may say, on the body. It's called the greater trochanter. And the greater trochanter also is visible here. It's here. It's here. It's here. Here it's probably not that, maybe it's this here, but I'm not sure exactly in this position where it is. Other bony landmarks, of course, are the patella here, the end of the fibula in here where this tendon is going, And the end of the fibula is also here. We don't see it quite. Here we see it. And of course, most of the area here on the knee is kind of a bony. That's why Bridgman has made it kind of a straight, to see that it's bone and tendon mostly. When there is a muscle, there are muscles, the things get inflated a bit. But when there is no muscle, it's mostly flat and straight going on. Okay, we have this. Let's go down here. This, the calves on the back, let's see if we can make them a little bit more angular. You see how he made them very, very angular in his drawing. Here, especially in the inner portion, but in the outer portion also, which I'm not completely agreeing with him, because of this muscle here, the tibialis anterior here that we have in the front, connecting to the end of the tibula, here tibia in the top. You see how I said tibula? It's difficult to understand those muscles. I mean, which is tibia, which is fibula, what is happening there? Are we good? Do we have some issues? We have a lot of separations here, but overall I think we are in a great shape right now. Let's go to a little bit more detail in this area. So you see those two bumps here on the bottom. Now, first, the end of the fibula. Then here we have this. This usually is not that sharp, but what he's showing here is the actual bone, the tibia bone, how it's like this. And he's showing it here. Usually this is not exactly that pronounced here. We have kind of a smooth shading from the side view because of the, I told you, the tendon of the sartorius muscle is going there and connecting to the tibia there. And also some tendons from the back of those muscles, they're coming there. From, not the back, those muscles which are here, the inner thigh muscles. So it's not that pronounced, it's not that sharp, the corner there. But he did it, maybe we can do it too, just to make the leg a little bit more expressive. Yeah, we need expression. This is our anterior tibialis anterior or whatever. Tibialis anterior or whatever it's called. This is our extensor. It's longus, I don't know. And this is, this visible thing here is, of course, our calves, and this is our calves also. And this also is the calf. This is the soleus here picking out. And this usually is also the soleus, by the way, picking out on this side. But it's arguable if it's the soleus, if it's not soleus, if it's muneus. You know, sole, I told you, is sun in Italian, and like Latin almost is the same. Probably, I'm guessing, because you say solar eclipse, which means solar is sun, to the sun. So the idea is that soleus, how is moon in Latin actually? I don't know, maybe luna, because in some of the languages, Spanish and Italian, it's la luna. La luna is the moon. Lunar eclipse, when we say, it's moon eclipse. So let's add a little bit more geometry, a little bit more polygons. And from the side view, I will try to flatten this. Flattening it will allow us to kind of have a good base, hopefully. And from that we can continue working. Yeah, I'm separating the big toe from the other toes. It's a common practice, by the way. Of course, when you do a character which will have shoes, you usually don't want to do this. Because it's useless to separate them, since it will never be seen. You just do the main shapes, but now, since we don't have shoes, we will separate it. And we will also Keep them separated. Dun, 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 dun. You gotta keep them separated. Now, the tibialis anterior is here. From this hole is coming the digitorum longus something something muscle that's spreading and going to the 4 digits of the fingers, except for the big toe, of course, as we already know. Here we don't have exactly to make the separate toes because he didn't make them, so we can get away with this. But we need to have some interesting shapes here on the ankles. Sometimes I forget the name, the word ankles, and it's normal, probably because I'm old. Now, what I want to do, especially when I'm sculpting, I like to pull this upper portion of the leg a little bit inward, so we will have this kind of a flow like this. You see how this is the most forward portion of the leg, and then the feet like this. And it usually will come to the big toe, but we'll see how it will be. Because this is impossible, since we have a tendon here that's coming to the big toe, but this guy has made it something like this in his drawing. So I'm trying to make it, and it's gonna be an abomination, I think. We have to be careful, because Bridgman is sometimes interpolating the things a little bit too much. He's making them look a bit too exaggerated, and especially when we sculpt, it can be a problem, because when we draw, it's fine. We can do this. It's not a problem when we draw. When we sculpt, it's a problem because sculpting is visible from all angles, and at some point it will be visible that we have issues. With drawing, not so much. So I will tell you one more measurement that you can take for the foot and the leg, so it's looking great. So the measurement is the following. When you look at the foot from the side view, very important, and then you measure how the feet is long. How long is the feet? Usually the length of the feet will go into the length of the foot until the knee area 2 times. So this will be the length of the feet. Now our feet are obviously a little bit longer, so we can just adjust it. So the second thing we can do is leave them like this, but we will just push it a bit backwards, so they are not that long. The idea is that usually you want, what you want for a successful male, especially male, you want the hands and the feet to be a little bit bigger than probably reality, but not too much. I mean, if you do it too much, it will be too much, and be careful about that. So a little bit bigger, I think it's enough. And that's what they teach you even in art school. I was not exactly in art school, but I was having some courses, so I know a few things, how they work. Sadly, I haven't been in actual art school where they will teach me traditionally, and I will get a lot of like feedbacks and everything, and a lot of things I had to study myself. But this way, I don't necessarily serve the common misconceptions or the common conceptions which can become misconceptions. So I discovered the things all by myself, and I am kind of happy about it. It's looking fine. Maybe I have some mistakes here and there, but overall, as we can see, it's going not bad. Everything is kind of fine. So let's make some sharp angles here and there, just to be able to see what's happening with the muscle. Now, here we have this front muscle. In our case, in the case of our model here, the front muscle of the quadriceps is a little bit too huge in my opinion, but we will do it as it is, because we believe in Mr. Bridgman, that he has done a great job of researching and he knows what he's doing. Hopefully that's the case. We see the tensor fascia latae here. We see the ass muscle from behind, it's visible. This pelvis maybe could be a little bit smaller. It doesn't matter that much. We have our sartorius, or the tailor's muscle, coming down. Inflated a little bit, although it's mostly flat, but if the guy is very strong and muscular, it will be kind of inflated. Now from here we can see this coming. The quadriceps muscle, it will go down and then come and point itself. Of course, it's always pointing to the patella or the kneecap. The patella or kneecap is a very good bony landmark, and it's very important to make it. Some people, when they make legs, they forget about the knees, and the knees are very important for the flow of the leg. If you don't have the knees, or you make them not as good, you will fail miserably with making the leg. The knees are pretty important. You cannot go without them. As I told you, there are like couple of stages of the leg. First stage is the upper leg, second stage is the knee area, third stage is the lower leg area, and then the last stage is the foot. So if you miss one of those stages, you will fail with the leg anatomy. This looks like Bridgman actually, so we are having a good time there. Bridgman stuff. Let's see the knee area. Yeah, it's pretty interesting, and what is happening here is patella in the middle. Then we have kind of a bony thing of the front of the tibia, we may see here. And on the sides we may have a little bit of fat pads going. Here we will have inward transition because this muscle is going into a tendon. This also is going into a tendon, but usually we have kind of this transition here going outward because this muscle is kind of like that, and yeah, it's connected to a tendon, but the tendon is right here somewhere, and this tendon we know that it's from our great iliotibial band. So as we see it here on this particular image, and it's not super visible, so you have to know how to read it. So this is the iliotibial band tendon going down, connecting to the tibia in here. Then we have the biceps femoris, or one of the hamstring muscles, connecting to the end of the fibula here. And then we have the knee area. Then we have this muscle going on like this, which is the quad muscle. And then we have the other muscles on the back. A little bit simplification, but it's looking great. Then we have the soleus peaking here. The soleus. Yeah, you know, some of those muscles I don't even know. I didn't even knew their names until now, but now I know. Yeah, I told you that we will not use too much names of the muscles, but we have to call them somehow. And I'm not using the names of any muscles in the inner part of the thighs. So in this thigh area, I'm saying the inner thigh muscles only, because they are like all together. Nobody cares about individual muscles there, usually. Of course, if you care about them a great deal, then it means that you're a good person, and which is great, which is fine. And you may want to learn some things about them, but it will not be from me. You can always go to the PureRef file, go here, and just find them. This is muscle number 11, 10, and 9. 9, 10, 11. And here are they. Iliopsoas, nobody cares about, pectineus, and adductor longus. Okay, adductor longus actually seems like it's a real muscle. The other ones, no, they are not real muscles. They are fake. No, they are real muscles, but their names are like, what's happening? But adductor longus seems like very serious muscle, so it's fine. We are cool with that, with the adductor longus. With the others, we are not that cool. And this 12th muscle here is usually the gracilis. Gracilis should be one of the hamstring muscles, I think. gracilis. Yeah, it's 34. Actually, it's not. 34 is another muscle, which is semimembranosus and semitendinosus. Yeah, those are the muscles from the inner side of the hamstrings. Semimembranosus and semitendinosus. 34 and 33. So if you want to know the names of the muscles, you can easily come here and check them out. You can always print this and have it very close to you on the wall or something, and you can always kind of remember all the muscles if you need to. If you need to make yourself very important when you talk about anatomy, say, oh, the semimembranosus muscle actually in your drawing or sculpting shouldn't be in that position. It should be a little bit more on this side or something like this. And if you say that, everybody will say, "Ooh, this guy, he knows his anatomy, you know. He's wow, this is very serious. He's very serious about the anatomy." Since I'm not that guy, I'm not that serious about my anatomy. I know a couple of muscles, not too many. Not too many. Maybe half. Let's say half. I know sartorius at least. Now, in Blender, let me tell you a little bit about Blender. Now, in Blender, when you have mirror modifier, it can get a little bit laggy. So just disable it when you want to work on your model and you want to kind of refine it a little bit better. Just disable the mirror modifier, work on it, then enable the modifier when you want to see both legs again. And also, it's easier this way. This is mask. We don't care about it. We will just go and add a little bit of line. By pressing Shift S, by the way, in any brush, you can make this brush blush. No, you can make it, how is this called? A little bit easier to draw straight curves, or not so curvy curves, we may say. If you are onto curvy curves though, then you don't use it. Don't use this function of Blender. I again recommend everybody to use Blender, to learn Blender. Because even if you are just a concept artist, you don't have anything to do with 3D. 3D is helpful in many ways, and many concept artists are using 3D in order to learn and to better understand the anatomy, because making it in 3D is a little bit different and not so easy. It could be kind of hard. So we do that. Not we, because I am actually a 3D character artist, so it's my profession to do 3D characters, and I'm using Blender for all my creations. So Blender is absolutely enough. It's completely free. Why? There is no reason you shouldn't use Blender actually. And maybe at some point you will realize that you are better in sculpting than you are in drawing, like me. I did that. I realized that. And I'm talking about this because I am just refining some things here and there, just making sure this looks a little bit better for the presentation of this course. That's it. Other than that, I think we covered almost everything that we need to cover. And this Bridgman leg, as I said, is very similar to one of the muscular legs that we did, but I think it's important to do it because the shapes here are a little bit more exaggerated and it looks interesting. He didn't make the actual feet, so let's see how the feet, according to Bridgman, are looking. They're looking great. I mean, it's fine. A little bit push in this area. Maybe here we'll make them a little bit flatter and bigger than their base. Usually that's how you do it with the fingers of the feet or the toes. Some people call them toes. Yeah, I don't usually. As you see in this course, I've called them a lot fingers of the toes, which I don't know. It's fine. Should be fine. We are fine. If somebody is not fine about it, I'm sorry, but we are fine. We will push a little bit this area, and yeah, we have to work on the big toe a little bit. The big toe has fat pads here, on the bottom where the guy is stepping, or we are stepping. And let's see how he goes with it. Yeah, he's making the fat pad coming up to this point, kind of. Then another fat pad is taking over, and here we'll have something like an inside thing. I think it's fine. And from the top we may see a little bit of more bony things. This is the beginning of the toe, this is the first phalange, and then we have the nail around this area here. Remember that the big toe, it has only 2 phalanges. The other toes, they have 3 phalanges each. So 3 segments, 3 bone segments have the other toes, but the big toe, he always have to be different, you know. He always have to separate itself from the others. He just have to be different, and he likes it. He's so self-aware, so self-centered, we may say, the big toe, this guy. I don't know, let's see it from the back and just do a little bit more definition from the back. A little bit sharper areas with the draw sharp brush here, sculpting. You know, when you spend a little bit more time to refine your works, and I always say that people always don't believe me and they always fail when they don't believe me. But the idea is that when you're doing whatever you do, characters, for your portfolio or whatever, you need to go a little bit further into detail and to everything. If you don't, people will not like it that much. And if they don't like it, you will fail to do it. I'm not sure about this, how this muscle is going too much forward and then going behind the ankle here. It's probably like this, but I'm not completely sure. So this upper one go up, this one is going down. I don't know if he made it this way. He didn't actually. They're both in kind of the same place, which is not good. Usually, people who are that good in anatomy, like Bridgman, they know, and even subtle things like this portion of the calf going a little bit more up than the inner portion of the calf, they do it. They usually do it, but this guy just, he failed me. That's what I said. Even with the great masters, all the anatomy books and everything, you have to be aware that they cannot think about everything. It's just impossible. So sometimes you just have to think with your own head. I know it sounds difficult, but it is better to think with your own head in many occasions. Here we will have a muscle below, which will not be visible because of the fat pad. So I will leave the fat pad there, so people will not thinking that here in this area we have an empty space. Only in certain studies of muscular legs you can make empty space in this area, but usually don't do it when you are showing your work to people, because it doesn't look that good. Except if you want to be completely true to your concepts, then you may do it. But other than that, don't do it. Don't actually do it. This is the Bridgman leg, and it's looking Bridgman-y, we may say. Whatever this means. Looking great. Okay, next video we will see what we will do. Probably we have to acknowledge the female anatomy and see how the female leg will actually look. I'm not thinking about making this, which is female legs from planes, because planar making a female leg will never look exactly like a female leg, because female leg is usually smooth and everything is smooth. There are no planes to say. So this guy has tried to make planes of the female body and female leg. It's not working super nicely. And when we're doing a female leg, one important thing to remember, oh, we have here the lower leg and a lot of things we have. Oh, wow, very nice. I forgot these images from Anatomy for Sculptors because these are new, kind of from a newer book of the Anatomy for Sculptors. But we have the inner portion of the leg here, the inner knee, where the sartorius is going. We have the outer portion of the knee, but this is the other leg. I don't know why they chose to do the other leg, the left one, not the right one, but yeah, well, whatever. We are doing the right one usually. And we have this tendon of the calf muscles going down, and we have biceps femoris usually, and we have the iliotibial band, and you see that it's a band here actually, and its tendon is going here, and it's kind of visible on the surface maybe. We have this is a little bit too artistic presentation of this, but whatever. This is the female ass from actual planes, which is not bad. I would say it's cool representation. We can use it. This is the feet from the front. Let's see what's happening with the female leg. Okay, this is the female leg. It's very smooth. Transitions are always smooth and nice. The only sharp things are here in the knee. We may say all the other things are smooth. They are not visible muscles almost anywhere. They're just bumps. And here, as you can see, we cannot actually, even while she's on high heels and the calves are kind of flexed a little bit, they're not visible. Yeah, in some females on high heels, you will definitely see calves if they're more developed. And this girl, no. Here we see this kind of a line, which line, by the way, is the end of the quadriceps muscle, I think. It should be, yeah. Although, it's not completely the end of the quadriceps, because here is the end of the quadriceps. Because here on the side, we see the tendon of the biceps femoris, which is this one. But here on the side, it's going a little bit too much on the side, so this can be the iliotibial band making some interesting pushings there. It's a little bit what's happening here. And also the fat pads are making it a little bit more difficult to understand what's happening there. That's why all the female things are a little bit more difficult than male, because they're not only bone and muscle, there are fat pads that are here and there. They're smoothing a lot of surfaces, and we cannot actually it's difficult to understand what to do, but we'll get there. We will get there. Let's see this guy. Yeah, he has the calves pretty well. We have some sharp line in here. Those things that are coming from, those tubes that are coming from the middle. It's very nice. We have the Achilles tendon, the heel. And here you see this area is pretty smooth. So the Achilles tendon with the soleus muscle picking out the muscle of the calf, and then the other muscles from the front, but everything is like smoothing. It's not, they're not super separated. Like here we have some separation, but here we don't. This guy is kind of muscular. He's not as muscular as this guy, for example, but here with this kind of guys, it's difficult to see some of the muscles and definitions, and it's easy to mistake some of the lines as muscle to bone or whatever, but they're actually veins, because they have a lot of veins, and that's an issue. Here, what we have is a little bit of a mistake, maybe we can say, because this fat pad is fine, but it shouldn't be that deep, this groove here. It's not a huge issue. And what is happening with this muscle? Why is this going to here inside? There is no line. It shouldn't be a line like this. This is your biceps femoris, and its tendons are going into the side of the fibula here in the top. This line is kind of, you know, it doesn't work. Also, the biceps femoris in this guy is huge. It's just what's happening here. It should be until this point, and then it starts the calf. So when you are seeing other artists' representation of muscles, you have to be aware that they are not always completely right. They can look relatively fine, like this guy. It's looking great, but it's not exactly correct in many cases. In many cases, actually. Because you see, those artists, they are great, but especially in the leg area, they are almost, most of the people are like me. And I told you, I like to draw only torsos and faces back when I was young. So I didn't have too much experience with legs, so I kind of neglected the legs. So later I had to study a lot and learn and watch and learn to learn the actual leg anatomy. And now I kind of know it, but not many people have done that. So they actually are not that good in leg anatomy. So you, after this course, should know more than even some of the relatively good artists out there. That's the idea of the course. So, leg from Bridgman, amazingly for 50 minutes. Yeah, 50 minutes have taken us to go here. Next, we will probably try to do a female leg, why not? And explain some things, how the female legs are working, why are they a little bit different from the male, but we'll see. See you in the next one. Be nice to everyone. So guys, for this portion of the course, where we will do a female leg, I would like to have some kind of a deal with you. So, while we're doing this, while we're watching these references, keep both your hands above the table and on the table. Because otherwise, something can happen which we don't want to do it, you know. It's not about this. This is about making a nice female leg. So, let's go and add a sphere again, which will be elongated in edit mode. Then we will go back to normal mode. Then we will add a mirror. Okay. Then we'll go back to edit mode and just separate. And this will be our leg. So, what is the difference and what are the same in female and male legs? So, interesting question. Let's answer it. Can we? No. But if we could, we would say that, you know, when we are looking at the female body after the rib cage, so the rib cage is, for example, something like this. And after the rib cage, the female body is starting to go away from, a little bit like, it's not narrower, it's starting to get wider from the rib cage down, as here, you see? Yeah. From the rib cage ending around this area, we're getting wider, and then we hit the hips, so the beginning of the hips. But in the male, we have external obliques, where we hit the hips. Then we have the ass visible a little bit, the tensor fasciae latae here, and the sartorius, and then we have the quadriceps muscle and everything. So it's looking more muscular, more, you know, pronounced, everything like this. If we're not doing a normal leg, if we're doing kind of a superhero leg, of course, the external obliques here are making difference. This is a male. And in the other side, external obliques, which are the side muscles here, the love handles we may call them. Then we have the ass on the back, the gluteus medius visible, the tensor fasciae latae, then we have the sartorius, then we have our things here, the jewels, then we have down here the inside of the knee area we have, and stuff like this, and down. So this is the male leg. The female though, where is the pelvis? The pelvis is around this area, for example. We have something like this going on. From the bottom of the rib cage, we go wider, and the widest we are usually around the bottom of the ass, a little bit above that. So if we have the bottom of the ass around this area, the widest point of the hips will be here, and then we will go in from that. Then smoothly we will go to the calves, and then we will go down. Here on the top, Remember that. On the top, usually, the male is completely, you know, the muscles, they are kind of touching. In the female, there is a little bit of a gap in here. Just below the thing, we have a gap, and then it's going inward, so it's a little bit thicker in here like this, and then it's gonna have this bump inside of the knee. Then we have the inner calves, and the same as in the male, but much lighter and smoother. And then we will have our feet going down like this because she's on the high heels. Now for the knee, exactly, we can go with a knee like this, which is obviously photoshopped and doesn't have anything to do with a knee. It's it's completely like something perfect, which usually the knee is not. Or get a normal knee like this, for example, which is, you know, we can do both. We can do everything, whatever we need. So yeah, the female leg is different because it's going away from the pelvis a little bit more. Then it's going in, and everything is kind of smooth and nice. Smooth and nice shapes we have. Even the inner portion of the calves, as you can see, is not that pronounced. It's just a little bit like this, and then, oh, very easy and cool and nice. Female leg, completely. Male leg, let's do it. So, ass, yeah, bump, tensor fascia latae, then the calves, then straight line here, then a bump for the fibula, then going away and then in, then from the inner portion. By the way, in the female we also have the sartorius. All the muscles are there, but they are much thinner and not so pronounced usually. If you have a female which is a bodybuilder, of course you will have a little bit more muscle there, not so much fat. But other than that, we are like this. And here we'll have the feet and the knee area in this area. So different but similar. Especially in this area, we don't have too much detail in the female. We have just kind of almost flat. Yes, if we don't have too much fat, the female is kind of thin like this here. We can see this bump. We can see probably the point where the tensor fascia latae is starting is here. The tensor fascia latae should be here. The sartorius is coming, and you can see the line where sartorius is actually. It's connecting here because it's long. And all the things are there. The quadriceps, we can see it here in the bottom. This portion of the quadriceps also we can see a little bit on the bottom. And here the quadriceps also is visible. Here there are the patella, the fat pads around the patella, the thing in the bottom that's going down, the fat pads below the patella also visible. This straight line is here, the tendon of one of the hamstring muscles, of course, the biceps femoris. And then from here, we don't go like the male too much outward and everything. We go slightly, very slightly, and then go down. And everything is slight, everything is cool, soft, nice. And keep your hands on the table. Okay, now continuing with trying to sculpt the female legs and to see what we can do and what are the interesting things we can encounter. Ass is the most interesting thing that we can encounter in the female leg, and it's usually in the beginning of the leg, here in the back, the ass of the female. Interesting enough, on the male it's kind of the same. So male and female are not that different, but the male muscles are much more developed. We have much more angularity, we have much more definition. In the female, softness, relaxation, the forms are going easy one into another. But in the back, again, as you can see, we have visible this fat pad here. Let me show it to you exactly where it is. It's here. It's this fat pad. It is here. And the calves are coming from it, but it's not that sharp transition, the curls are coming, these tubes here are coming, definition in the middle, everything. Those things maybe can be a little bit more pronounced in some females. There is this tendon here going from the hamstrings, and then we have again the quadriceps muscle, the side of the quadriceps here, and then we go down, but it's not that pronounced. Everything is smooth. So let's see, we can make it a little bit pronounced because we need the shapes. The shapes have to be there, but we have to smooth them a lot. So sometimes it's more difficult to make female legs, although they don't have that much definition, but you have to make them nice. So the leg, the female from the side view, we don't have a reference right here, but there is something that's interesting about the female leg from the side view. The pelvis of the female, especially if you want her to make her a little bit more sexy, is a little bit more tilted forward than the male. What do I mean by that? So if the male pelvis is something like this, the male pelvis, then we have the ass going from here, then we have the hamstrings, then we have this in the back, then here we will have the tensor fascia latae, we'll have the middle ass muscle, then we'll have the quadriceps going from a little bit lower, around 3 fingers here, this distance, then it's starting forward, then backward, then here we will have our knee like this, like step down, step outward, then we will have the tibius anterior, or whatever is called this front muscle, then we'll have the leg like this. Amazing stuff, super nice leg. We have done tendons here, tendon here, everything is tendonous in this area, whatever. So next, female. The female pelvis should be a little bit more tilted forward. So when we're making the ass, we'll go, this line should be a little bit straighter, so it will go a little bit back. So it's not necessary, of course, it depends, but it could go like this. And then this line will still be here, and then the quadriceps will come, everything will be smoother, but still we'll have this straight line in the back. Everything will be a little bit smoother. Knee again, a little bit smoother here. Here will go smooth, nice, and the ass. Here will be they'll have a belly and everything. It doesn't look that different from this, but here we will have slight kind of things. Here we will not have big things like this, like lines, and then we usually will have something like that. Heels, high heels usually. When you make the female leg with high heels, it usually looks a little bit more attractive immediately. So maybe we will try to do that. And here from the side view especially, the definition between the ass and the hamstrings, it's not that angular, because the angles, they are in the inside. On the outside we are not seeing that much angularity, and you will see that. From the inside though, here we will have a lot of kind of a fat going over the other, so it will be a crease, pretty huge crease, but only up to half of the leg, half of the width of the leg. So up to, let's see, from here to here, up to around here, and it will start to dissipate a little bit. And here on the side we will have a little bit more fat again, but overall make sure that your ass, whatever female or male, it's kind of going angular. So what do I mean by that? This plane is going back and in. This plane is just back plane and upwards, and then we have the bottom plane. But the idea is that this is very important here. If you don't make this, your ass will never look as good. And also again a little bit of a butterfly shape, but very, very slightly. So very, very slightly we want to have this kind of thing and this kind of thing, but very slightly. And here a little bit of a dimple, not too much though. In a female this is not too much. We have more fat in this area, And if we smooth it, we have to smooth it. Everything should be smooth and nice and cool. And the quadriceps will not go too much forward, although in some females it could. Then this will go backwards because we want this line of the hamstrings to go almost straight down. In my opinion, this is the most dynamic we can make the leg is when we make from the side view the line of the hamstrings going almost completely vertical line of the hamstrings in the back. We will have our sartorius muscle. We will have a little bit of a bump here on the side of the knee. We'll have the inner portion of the tibia. We'll have the calves. Then we will smooth them because they have to be very, very slight and easy. Here, as I told you, we will have something like inner portion here, as you will probably see. And then I want to see your hands on the table, come on. And then we go a little bit of fat in here in this area. Then we go down and maybe we can touch here in the knee area. Then this should go more in. So this is a little bit thinner. The knee should be thinner. Then above the knee, we have to make it so there are no bumps at all here. Let's see what happens. Okay, we'll push this back again. From the side view, we don't have a huge side view now. So we are a little bit doomed because we don't have a side view of the female character. But it's, I will imagine, it's the same as the male character. Although I've seen, by the way, in the female characters, in the females, actual females, not female characters, this thing that I do usually on the knee area. So the ending of the tendon of the iliotibial band. Then a little bit of the bottom of the quadriceps, very slight. Then we can see usually the bottom of the quadriceps again with this band coming on top of it, connecting it like this. Let's see if we can see it on our models here. It's a little bit visible here, but not too much. But still, it's there. We have our knee area kind of divided by certain things. And the knee itself, we have to divide it. We have to put the patella. We have to put some detail in the bottom. Probably a little bit of fat maybe we can put like this. And then here we will add our tibialis anterior muscle. We don't have to, but we will. And it's starting to look like female legs, as you can see. Maybe even we need to put a little bit more fat in this area here, especially in the back here. In the front, not so much, but the widest point is around this area here of the female. And there is fat in here, so remember that. This is mostly from the fat, it's not from anything else. And this is because, you know, females are giving birth and they need a little bit more fat in those areas, stuff like this. And also they don't need to run that fast. That's why they don't run that fast, because if they run super fast, the male will not be able to catch them, and that's just normal logic, you know, normal logic of the nature back in the days when we were more like animals. And we, as males, we are attracted to those fat parts of the female body. Some females don't realize that, and they try to remove those fat pads by different methods. Some of it's extensive exercise, not too much eating. And then they start to look a little bit not so female-ish, and they wonder why they're not super attractive to the other gender. Because exactly what you're trying to remove here is what attracts the other gender. Again, we will have in the back definitely the Achilles tendon, and as you can see, it's coming from nowhere. It's smooth in this area, and then suddenly it appears, and then we have the heel. Now we will make the female legs forward like this, or we will make them as we should make them, a little bit on the high heels. I think the high heels are the better option. Let me inflate a little bit here. I always want, when I sculpt the female legs, to look at them from 3/4 to see if I have this interesting thing going on, and if I don't, I will add more fat in this area. So I will inflate it basically, which is adding more fat. From the bottom, we want to have a little bit of a curving here because the leg is curving, and smooth this area, and we should be gently reaching our sleeping phase. You feel like you want to sleep? Don't sleep now, because we are still learning about the female leg. So, about the female leg, when the leg is forward like this, let's push it back a little bit because it's female. It should have a little bit smaller feet than a male. But since the females are usually shorter as a whole, and their legs actually can be shorter than male legs, their feet of course are smaller. And probably they should be smaller even. Although my sister, if I have to be honest, she's 180, I think, around 180 centimeters tall. So she's pretty tall. And she's, the number of her shoe, I think, is 43 or something, which many males have. I mean, it's not exactly a female number, but it's not an issue for her because she doesn't wear high heels or whatever. She's more like hippie girl. A woman with children and everything right now, but still, yeah, we can say girl. Because she's smaller than me. Couple of years. I'm just trying to, you know, this is lower, this is higher. Very tiny changes here. Maybe even flatten this area a little bit here so it's not that obvious. The bad thing is we don't have a side view of the female leg. It's not very easy to find a reference about this. Maybe there are certain websites that many of you know. You can find some references there, but usually you are not there to search for references, so I guess it's not an option exactly. But if you want, you can check them out and see if you can find some references. I will add more geometry and smooth here, smooth the ass area. Sometimes here we have double bump, by the way, in the back. So we have a bump of the ass, of course. Below it, we have something like this, a crease, which is fine. From the back, this crease is slightly going down a little bit like this. And here below it, we will have another bump. Because the fat there is kind of compressed by the ass. And it's making another tiny bump in there. And here we will have this kind of smooth. Although, in some females, we can have some lines a little bit going like this. And it depends. It depends on what your reference is. You know? It's difficult if we don't have a proper reference. And by the way, remember when you're making a female leg and for example one of the legs is forward, the other leg is the leg that she's standing on. The leg that she's standing on usually will have a big crease on here like this. You see, a big crease on the ass. The other leg, it's slightly forward and it's relaxed, and here it doesn't have any crease. So bear that in mind because it's important. Okay, now I will make a line in here which will separate our hamstrings a little bit from the quadriceps muscle, but I will smooth it out. It's just little and small separation. And let's make sure she has some high heels. So to make the high heels, it's very important to push, of course, the front portion of the leg down. Okay. But also it's very important to push the heels backwards, because they hinge from the ankle area, and since they hinge from there, this will go back when we rotate. So make sure you do that, because otherwise you will end up with something that's not so nice. As you can see, the heel is going back, not as it is right now. It will be a little bit more not so pronounced. So something like this, it should be more appropriate. Here we need a little bit more thickness. Many people are making the female leg, especially in the ankles, very thin. It is not so thick, of course, as the male probably, but it's not super ultra thin. So remember, don't make it ultra thin. Then remember, they have the female legs and feet, of course, they have bones. So don't make them also super thin and absolutely boneless. It will not do you any good of your artwork, let's say. It will not do any good to your artwork. And if you are making the female legs spread a little bit, first I recommend to make them not spread like this. And then if you want to spread them, you just go and just rotate them outward and spread them then. And this way you will have a good anatomy of the leg. And when you spread them, you will just fix whatever you need to fix. But the anatomy will be good in the terms of this position here. So this will be a straight line going down. The knees, the inner portion of the knees will touch, kind of. And the heels and the ankles will also relatively touch. So should be something like this. The female legs. Here on the side, let's see if we can find some references. Yeah, I will do this. I will do this and this and this. Even on the female leg, maybe smooth it out a little bit, but it has this kind of a plane change there. Also here, we will have a little bit of... when this muscle is relaxed, it's kind of getting like this, as we can see from the reference. And also, we have a little bit of lining here, which is the isotibal band actually, kind of pressing in this area. So sometimes we can see it and we can wonder, what the hell is this? But this is the isotibal band pressing there. So it's possible to view it, to see it in there. The sartorius itself usually will not be visible at all, but it will make a plane change. So it will be kind of making it, so make sure you make it and then smooth it out. Don't leave it, because it will be horrible. Or not so female-ish. Let's say it's not horrible, it will not be horrible, but it will not be that female-ish. In this portion here, we will do the big toe. And since she will have a high heels, the big toe will point inwards a lot. Sometimes the high heels are making a lot of mess with the big toes of the girls, but they are enduring that because they think that in this way they are prettier and stuff like this, which probably can be true, but I don't know. I think the health is more important than the beauty. Let's move it a little bit back and see what we can do here with these high heels. We don't have a high heels, but let's say we will have high heels, and that's why I'm making this like this. Most of the time when I'm doing a female, you will do it something similar with kind of a high heels, because this looks more sexy, and sometimes we care about these things in the video games or in our sculpts. Of course, if you consider all the things that I've told you about the female legs, everything is smoother, everything is nicer, then even if you make the leg not so much with the high heels, not so much on the toes, it will still look relatively fine. This muscle I will do, even push this. Let's see if we can see something about that. Yeah, so we have a little bit of a tendon here going, but this is not from this side, this is from this side here. We have this tendon, which I'm not sure it's necessary, but yeah, let's do it. This is the tendon of those tendons that are touching the other fingers, the other toes, not the big one though. And it's important because when we are in this pose, we have to acknowledge that when the legs are like this, they are these tendons are a little bit flexed. They are kind of a tense. That's why we have this visible in here. And when we know the anatomy, and when we use a lot of references, we can start to understand the references and why this is like that, why is this like that, and stuff. If she's just stepping on her toes without any high heels, she will be like our reference. So let's make it as our reference, just stepping, and the big toe will be pretty separated from the rest of the gang. Rest of the toes, we may say. And here also what we'll have in the bottom is flattening, which I should do. I should flatten this. But could I do it? I don't know. This is going backwards. This should be fine here. We have a bony thing going on. Yeah, it's looking kind of like a female legs. Let's do a little bit more geometry. Add a little bit more geometry. And fix this. As you can see, when we're looking at the feet of the female are similar to the male, of course. They have the same structure and everything, but they're a little bit more kind of gentle. They're slightly more gentle and nice looking. If you can make it, it's fine. Of course, everybody can make it. You just need to practice a little bit more and put more work into it. Put more hours into your female model. And remember to smooth a lot. So do the muscles, do the bones, do everything, smooth them. Then do them again, then smooth them. And some areas, just in some areas, emphasize. Some tendons here, some things in the knee area. And that's it. I mean, most of the time it will be enough for your female to look like cool. Let's see what's happening with the... Yeah, there is usually not super huge definition like this, because this will make it bad. It's smooth. Everything is smooth. The shapes are there. You can make them, you can define them, and then smooth them. Just smooth everything, and you should be fine. Looking not so bad, I would say. I was not... And if you want to learn more about the female anatomy as a whole, you can visit those sites that you are visiting regularly. But also, you can check out my female anatomy course, which is fine if you haven't already, but I'm sure you have. Because it's kind of one of a kind. Yes, I am advertising myself a little bit, but it's allowed. I'm allowed to do it, because this is a course that I'm recording. So I should be allowed to advertise myself, advertise my courses, which are relatively good courses. We like them. We will curve this, by the way, a little bit. So curve. This is arch. We'll make an arch. And let's place something like... This is not good. This is impossible to be this way. But something like this should be in order. Maybe here we'll even have this tendon, which is going up to this point around here. And maybe it could be visible, but since it's a female, we have to be careful. Also, if she doesn't have high heels, we can have a little bit of a some folds, no, but wrinkles on the leg there, which is of course a little bit of detail, which we usually don't do in this kind of anatomy courses, because those anatomy courses are mostly for main shapes. We don't care about the anatomy of the super not so main shapes, if we can call them that. Interesting enough, it's looking fine. All right, I think this is it. We acknowledge the ass. Make sure you have from 3/4 view like this. You have a little bit of a bump here, but everything is smooth. Everything is nice. We have the widest point around this area. The ass folds, or these creases here, are nice and kind of round, but they can be even a little bit flat like this. It's not a problem at all. It can be round, can be a little bit flat, it's fine. It's still sexy, doesn't matter what. Maybe our quads are a little bit too strong here, but she's training, she's squatting, so that's why she's like that. And here we make sure that it's not super thin. This area here of the ankles, it has thickness. Many people are making it way too thin like this, and it's looking, what's happening here? So be careful, and from the side view especially. From the front view it's a little bit thinner, yes, but from the side view, don't do this, guys. Come on, come on. Let's be real. Let's be realistic here. Maybe we can narrow this a little bit, but it's something like this should be fine. Alright, see you in the next video where we'll do maybe a normal human leg like this one, this guy, or even better, just a leg like this guy. Just more normal leg without too much hassle, although here we have some muscles visible, but as you can see the calves are not that pronounced. And also it's super visible how the outer side of the calves is much more way up, it's peaking, and the lower, it's peaking way down. So it's interesting because this is a scan. So this is a realistic leg. So we're not exaggerating anything, it's realistic leg. Or we can do this, which is amazing. I love to do this. That's why I'm leaving it for a little bit last, because it's so nice to do muscular legs and overall muscles. I like to do it. You see, external obliques are those muscles here on the side. And on the male, we have external obliques, then it's kind of ending. Then we have the ass muscles. Then we have the, in this case, the tensor fasciae latae probably is more visible in here because the leg is slightly outward. Overall, it's not that easy to consider what's happening where, but we can handle it, I think. Here we have the quadriceps. We have, the sartorius is pretty huge and thick here. And the tensor fasciae latae is invisible because it's on the side. Here we can have a peak of the tensor fasciae latae in this area. The sartorius, covered by some veins. That's why we can mistakenly think that here there is a muscle where there is no muscle. Although, let me see. Yeah, the sartorius is actually driving through here because this is the teardrop muscle, and the sartorius is coming from the top and going to the teardrop muscle. So you have to, sometimes the veins or other bumps can kind of not show us exactly what's happening with our anatomy, but we have to know a few things in order to find those things. So we have to know things to find things. Amazing, Stefano. Wow, so huge muscles. or we can watch this guy. This guy has a very peculiar shape here on the front, so but when we're working from scans and we already know some stuff about anatomy, it's not that difficult. I mean, it's possible to do it. We should be able to do it. So let's see what we can do in the next video, maybe. So for the super muscular leg, or overall very muscular legs, what is very interesting is that their knee area, around the knee, is similar to not so muscular legs, to normal legs. Because in the knee area, as I told you, there are not too many muscles. Especially in the front here, which it doesn't have almost any muscles, not any muscles. It does have some fat, some tendons, and the kneecap in the front. And overall, the knee area is consistent only of bone and tendons and the kneecap and some fat around and behind the kneecap to kind of support it. Let me show you why. So the kneecap is here. It has some tendons going over it and onto it, the tendons of the quadriceps mostly. And then below it we have some, this 7 is infrapatellar fat pad. This fat pad is very important because without it, when we're doing this motion, which is bending the legs, the kneecap will hit the bones or the structures behind it, and it will not be good. So it's kind of cushioning this area here, so the kneecap can stay and not smash everything behind it when the knee is bent. Okay, so what I was talking about is the knee of the superhuman, super muscular human will be the same if the bones are the same as the normal human, but we will have more muscles like this, kind of. This is the quadriceps from the side. We'll have more here, bigger and thicker muscles here overall. So by the way, this I'm not sure, whatever, yeah, it's gonna be like this, a little bit thicker in here, not too much. This will be bigger, this can be a little bit bigger, but overall the muscles will increase in size with the anabolic steroids usually, but the knee will stay the same. The tendons here will not increase that much, they will not increase in volume at least. So the super muscular human will actually be just a normal human with more muscles, and not more, they're inflated, bigger muscles. They're not more, they're the same number of muscles. There will not be more muscles usually. Most of the time they will not invent new muscles and develop new muscles that are not present. We will have just more musculature, so bigger muscles, but the knee area will stay relatively the same. When we're making a Hulk character, for example, like this one, the thing is that the Hulk character, as you can see his wrists, the wrists are also mostly bone. A little bit of tendon, of course, but mostly bone. So if the bone structure of the guy, like a Hulk or whatever, it's very thick, then he will have thick wrists, thick elbows, and thick knees. If it's not that thick, it will be normal elbows, normal, but the muscles will be increased if we have to be making a muscular character, of course, and we will. So let's try to make some muscular character. Let's look from who? Let's look from this guy a little bit. This guy is not the most muscular guy. It's pretty muscular, but this guy is also pretty muscular. So let's trace a little bit on this guy. It will be more interesting to trace. So this is the sartorius muscle, and it's pretty thick and very visible what's happening with it, where it's going, the sartorius. And here in the top, it's not that thick. It's kind of a thin. It's starting like this because it has tendon that's connecting to the pelvis. It's very nice, yeah. This also is the sartorius in here. It's coming down and it's pretty thick, as you can see. In some areas, it's like, wow. And it's kind of inflated a little bit. So, cool thing to know about the sartorius. Here, we have this little separation of the inner thigh muscles. We don't care. We may make it. It will be nice. So, next, we have this peeking out which is the tensor fascia latae. It's coming from the top again, and it's peaking. And this is the front muscle of the quadriceps, and it has a separation here. This is the front muscle of the quadriceps. You have separation in here. So it's kind of like two muscles, but it's not. This is the tensor fascia latae. Behind it is the gluteus medius, one of the gluteus muscles. This is here the quadriceps muscle already, and this is the teardrop muscle of the quadriceps. Is huge in those muscular guys. This is the quadriceps peeking out, the outer quadriceps, which is the biggest one, but from those points we cannot quite see it too much. This is the knee area, of course. This is our tibialis anterior muscle. This is the calves. This is the other calf, the soleus peeking from below. This whole thing is kind of more bony. This is the calves also from the inside. This here is the soleus peeking, and then in the back we have our Achilles tendon. Then we have the tibialis anterior peeking here, and its tendon is going down like this. We have the knee and the couple of the muscles with the sartorius connecting here, but they are already a little bit thin in here. So in this area of the knee we don't have too much muscle, or if any. But let's try to do something about it here. So it's easier to do this tracing over muscles, although it's useful, but it's easier than actually doing the work. So we will actually try to do the work here and to make a big muscular guy. How? Like this. As you can see, I'm always pushing from the sides, so I will create the knee area. And as I told you, the knee area of those huge guys are similar to the knee area of our knee areas. You know, not super different. Yes, some of those guys are a little bit built different, which means they have a little bit more dense and thick bones, which will mean that their knee area will be thicker. Okay, but not with a huge difference from another normal guy. It will be different from a girl most likely, but we don't care about that much. We will have the sartorius separating everything. We'll have the teardrop muscle going, and it will go as low as the patella almost. We'll have the knee area here. We will separate it for more simplicity. Usually it is separated actually. Here it's separated from this tendon of the iliotibial band. I kind of forget it too much, a little bit the iliotibial band, but we are fine. And you see, it's starting together. We remember that in the knee area, when we see it, even in pretty muscular people, we will have kind of a straight line just below the quadriceps muscle on the side, and between it and the soleus, which is visible from the side here. So the soleus is the muscle that's peeking below the big calf muscles, the top big calf muscles, which is the gastrocnemius. I think it's the big calf muscle is called gastrocnemius, and below it the soleus is peeking and wanting to see what's happening. And why is the gastrocnemius pushing him so much? Nobody knows. Gastrocnemius is an asshole. That's why it's called gastrocnemius. I don't know. It's just anatomical jokes I'm starting to get. I'm so into anatomy these days that even my jokes are starting to get anatomical. Gastrocnemius. Why is it called Whatever. Let's go and make some ass, because we need it. Ass is an important part of the overall thing. I don't think I have references too much from the side view of supramuscular legs, which is a mistake. We should have, but we don't. So we'll see what we'll do. This is the part where we have our tensor fascia latae, my favorite muscle. By the way, I will tell you about the tensor fasciae latae. The tensor fasciae latae is a very interesting muscle. I knew about it before I started doing this course. So this should be the tensor fasciae latae here. And but I didn't quite know which one is it and why is it important and whatever. Since I don't really actually care about the names of the muscles that much, but tensor fasciae latae started to grow on me, and now I like it as my own child, you know. It's a good muscle. We love the tensor fasciae latae muscle. It's not ultra big muscle, but it is important for the shape of the legs to make it correct. If you don't make the tensor fasciae latae here and the sartorius here, and from it to start this kind of a middle portion of the quadriceps, you will not be able to make the quadriceps right. And overall the shape of your legs will be messed up. I will move the knee back, as I always do actually. I like my knees to be way back. Way back. And we'll see what will be. Okay. Now we have some muscles here. We have no muscles in the bottom leg. So we will do the tibialis anterior. By the way, the tibialis anterior, as we see here in this guy, which is very visible, it is kind of muscle. Yeah, the tibialis anterior is a muscle. Very nice. It's starting here in the tibia where the iliotibial band is connecting. There it's starting. As you see, it's kind of a very slow start. It's very shallow. It's thin. And it's like a fish. And then it's end around here. So a little bit below the middle of the lower leg, it ends and becomes a tendon. And in this guy, it's just looking like a tendon. It's white. It's almost like his tendons are visible below the skin because his legs are so less fat. Here we have this. We should have our soleus peeking out here. We don't quite see it. I don't know why. It should be because here the soleus is visible below the calf muscle, below the gastrocnemius. I don't know why it's not visible there. Here we have those tendon of the hamstrings going here. Here this bump is I don't know what, and yeah, this bump is we don't know what, and everything is fine. Sometimes we cannot understand what's happening. This is the box of the knee, I call it. It's kind of going down because there is a tendon in here, and from this side we can see a little bit of a bump, which is probably this is the end of the tibia. So the bottom leg muscle, it's kind of visible in here how it's peeking out a little bit. And this tendon in the back is going up to this area where is the fibula, the end of the fibula, and from it there are other muscles coming, but we are seeing mostly the calf muscles from the back. And here we have this teardrop, then we have the other calf muscles, and it's completely nice. You know, doing this, drawing over a model, it's pretty useful. It's pretty useful to see, to realize, and while I'm talking to you, I'm even learning myself new things. And my brain is working like, okay, I usually do this way, but obviously in some people it's like this. So I can do it a little bit differently some other time. So it's pretty cool that when I'm teaching, I'm actually learning also. That's always, by the way, also a good way to learn is to teach. Yeah, even if you don't know too much. Just you can try to teach people who know even less than you, and you will learn more this way. When I was studying for my anatomy courses, like this one, like the arms and hand anatomy exercises, like the face and head exercises, I learned so much by studying for those courses because I had to teach you guys. Yeah. Okay, this is our heel. Here in the back we'll have the Achilles tendon. We don't have too much difference in this area than a normal person, because don't have too much muscles in here. Even if you notice, this guy's leg is pretty normal leg. It cannot be anything but normal, because in the leg itself, I mean the feet themselves, we don't have too much muscles. Of course, if we want to do a Hulk leg, we have to do better than that, because the Hulk will have bigger bones usually, and with the bigger bones comes bigger responsibility, they say. Or in our case, with the bigger bones will come bigger knees, bigger feet, and probably not so many other bigger things. I'm not sure that some things like here it's bigger on him because of the bones. It doesn't matter, the bone doesn't matter for this, so it's probably not, but I mean, we don't care about those things. This okay, the teardrop shape, we will go through it again. Maybe we'll make the teardrop shape a little bit huger and more pronounced, because it is looking better if it is. And we will not look only in with this guy's image, we'll look at many others. Probably not many, but we will look at others. And here in the bottom of the lower leg, you will notice maybe that we don't have too much musculature there. Why? Because it is mostly bone and tendons. We don't have too much muscles in that area. We have, though, muscles in the bottom here. We have muscles there, but they usually are not super pronounced, and bodybuilders, they are not training those muscles too much. For the Hulk, though, he will probably be training those muscles because he's jumping very high, and those muscles are responsible for some of the movements of the feet and everything, so probably they will be developed. We have to think logically. Which muscle is doing what, and what is happening with those muscles when we train them a lot, and how do we train them, things like this. But, you know, usually, when you are doing a character, I will not be there to help you. So, my advice is to think with your head about what the muscles are, about where they should be, about what is happening in this world, and why are we in this world as a whole. Which is a pretty interesting thing. We should think about it sometimes. In this case, it's not needed, but we can think about it, why not, if we are willing to do so. We have to find reference from the side view of a very muscular leg. Although we are doing a relatively good job of doing it, it's still, I'm not convinced that this is a very muscular leg. This looks like a bodybuilder leg, yes, but more muscles, I think, are needed in order to develop this leg. Let's see what will happen. This guy is not that muscular, actually. This guy, though, see this huge, I'm not sure how he's walking, because those legs, first he's walking with his legs spread. That's definitely, he cannot walk with normal position of the legs. It's just not possible for him. He's just that huge. Second, even when he's walking with his legs spread, he will eventually have friction in the middle. So there will be friction there. And with this friction comes the big, no, it's not the big responsibility. With the friction, there will come problems, irritation of the skin, maybe even wounds. So, yeah, I don't think this is the best thing that can happen to you, to have this kind of super muscular legs. I even think that this is a curse. But those guys, they have chosen this path, and we cannot do anything about it. Be careful if you chose this kind of path, because people with this much musculature, usually what they have is another thing which is not good. Enlarged hearts they have. And these enlarged hearts are, when the heart is enlarged, it kind of starts to deteriorate faster than normal. And some of those guys, some of the very, very best bodybuilders, some of the guys who are the hugest, they die a little bit younger. Some of them die at 40s, some of them even 30s. And there was one guy who was famous in YouTube a couple of years ago, and he died 26 or 24 or 27, something like this. So he was huge, amazingly huge. He just took so much steroids to gain this amount of muscle. He was training all the time, but at the end he just didn't make it because these things are pretty dangerous. So we are making them here, but disclaimer, don't do this at home. I mean, don't become this kind of a mass monster at home. You may sculpt or draw super big muscles. I like to do this, by the way, a lot. I do it all the time. I like to make super muscular human beings, but don't become a muscular human being, because you will be doomed. It's like that. It's definitely, there are not many people that can endure this kind of treatment, this kind of body treatment, with so much steroids and so much vascularity, because, you know, all those muscles, they're huge. They require much more blood than a normal person. And this blood comes from one place, from the heart. And the heart is pumping like crazy, and at some point, it cannot do it anymore. And also, there are another thing from the steroids. There are clots that are forming because of the steroids. There are much bigger risk of artery diseases and stuff like this when we have steroids in our system. So I will advise against it, against the steroid use. If you can avoid it, avoid it. If you can't, of course, if you want to be a mass monster so bad, you cannot avoid the steroids. So take them in moderation, take them carefully, and probably consult with a physician or doctor or whatever. It will be a little bit safer, although still not safe enough. Maybe. This guy is not that huge. This guy is our guy. This guy is pretty huge, but the hugest guy here, at least visibly, is this. I mean, this is just what's happening here. It's enormous muscles, enormous. We cannot see actually what's happening in the lower leg and how it's connecting with the feet. Here we can see, and that's what we can do. And there is again this tendon, and this tendon basically cannot be other than the tendon of our favorite muscle of the lower leg, the tibialis anterior muscle, which is this one here. And yeah, this is the tendon of this muscle. It's coming down and it's going out here. It doesn't matter. Our legs, by the way, are too much close to each other, so I will separate them so we can keep them separated. And as you can see, this guy's having thickness also in this area here, because some of his muscles there are inflated. So what happens is when you get steroids, when you take steroids, even if you don't train with the right amount of testosterone and other steroids, you will gain weight and you will gain muscle mass. Maybe not as much as if you train, but you will still gain some. And some of the muscles of the human body that these guys don't even train, they also become kind of big because of this phenomenon. When you take steroids, the muscles just starts to grow. Also, other things start to grow. Cancer cells also are pretty good in growing. Of course, when you take a growth hormone, it's amazingly how the growth hormone is helping the cancer cells to grow. It's super nice. So don't take it, probably. I'm just guessing that you don't want to grow your cancer cells to enormous heights. So yeah, don't do it. You will be fine without it. So here in the back, we quite are not happy with our results. The back muscles, the ass muscle, we need to have more reference for it. And we have actually ass from the back from this guy. This guy is, I know his ass. He's Ronnie Coleman, actually. And Ronnie Coleman is one of the best bodybuilders of all time, probably the best one. He has won the most time Mr. Olympia. And what this brought him is fame. Yeah, he's world famous. Also, what this brought him is inability to move very much nowadays, because he developed super huge issues in the spine because of the huge weights that he was lifting, and they had to connect a couple of his spines together, and now he's able to walk only with a walking stick, sometimes even, and not be able to stand for a long time. He's basically a cripple now, we may say. But he was one of the best bodybuilders, maybe the best of all time. Ronnie Coleman. Amazing and sad what happened to him. But they asked him, now, knowing what happens, would you do the same things that you have done before to, you know, in your career? And he said yes. So he's not sorry for anything, which is important. I think when you're doing something, just do it without remorse, you know. If you have any remorse, it will be bad. If you don't have any remorse, it still be bad, but you will feel at least that it's worth it. It will still be bad though. It's, yeah. So sometimes people are willing to risk their health, to risk everything in order to become famous, to become respected, to gain some muscles, or to be more feared, whatever. It depends on what kind of issues you have. And you see, I'm willing to do courses to show my bald head and to do some courses for you guys, so I can be famous. This is for fame and fortune. Probably the fortune will not be there, because those courses are not that expensive. But fame, why not? Why not? Let's see, the inner portion of the lower leg here is bad, so we will try to fix it. We have a bone in here, come on. Let's move this in a little bit, make the bone, then disable the symmetry so we can fix this. We can push this down a little bit, this portion of the leg. Good job. Now here, what we will have is, let's see if we can find a picture, but I guess we will not, because most of the pictures that I have, yeah, we have something here, which looks relatively fine. We will always have first the gastrocnemius going, and then below it, they will always be picking our soleus muscle. Amazing stuff. Yeah, it's amazing for me because I didn't know these muscles until I started doing this course. Now you made me kind of remember those names, which is not bad. I like it. It's not my favorite muscle, the gastrocnemius or the soleus, but it's nice to know those two muscles. Again, it's not necessary though. I still don't think it's necessary to know the names of the muscles. But if you know them, it's not gonna hurt. Except if you hurt them at some point. If you hit yourself on the soleus a lot harder, I mean, and everything, you probably will feel it and it will hurt. But other than that, it will not hurt. If you don't hit it... Yeah, I'm sorry. Sometimes I'm just trying to be funny. Sometimes I can, sometimes I'm not that sure that I can be funny. But at least I'm trying, you know. You cannot blame the person for trying. No, you can't. You can't actually blame it. But will you? That depends on you. That's depend on you. And if you want, you can put a good review of this course, except if you got it from the torrents. But still, if you got it from the torrents, this course, there are some people who are buying the courses from the torrents, which is fine by me, because most people are buying them really buying them, so I'm getting some money out of it. But if you bought it from the torrents, leave a good review or good comment in the torrent, so people will know that this torrent is fine. If you like it, of course. If you don't like it, of course, don't put a good review. It's obvious. Okay, we have a nice lake in here, maybe inflate it a little bit. This is more because we have this references. I've made this lake too realistic. I wanted to do it a little bit more Hulk lake and whatever. Maybe we can make it still. So increase the size of the foot a little bit. Make it bigger. Inflate the big toe, because it's important. The other toes, not so much. Make this thing a little bit bigger. Make this a little bit bigger. The ankle wider, stronger. Make a big calves. Huge calves are always important for a hulky character. Make this area, the knee area, bigger, because the bones are bigger. So bigger, everything is bigger. And this, of course, much larger. And now we have a little bit more hulky character. Let's put it close. Maybe we can spread the legs a little bit, because, you know, even with spread legs, those super muscular characters, their legs will touch in a very pretty long face. Let me show you what I mean by that. You see, this guy, his legs are, let's say, 25 centimeters apart, maybe even more. But here, they are up to at least the middle of the upper leg. They are touching. And then they start to separate a little bit. So, almost as we did it here. Even if you make a character whose legs are a little bit spread, it will still touch here. And many people are making the mistakes to make them like this. This is not doing any good for your character. Just make them touch and it will be much more muscular and big looking. Like this guy has a lot of spread, but still, yeah. This guy is, yeah, it's kind of touching up to almost the same point. It's up to here they're touching. So the middle of the overall leg point, although the upper leg is starting from, imagine that it's not starting from here, although the overall leg muscles are starting from there, but if we consider where the bone is, it's kind of around this area should be starting the bone and going down like this and like this. This should be our bone, maybe a little bit more up here. This is the bone. So, yeah, it depends on how you count it, how you count the starting of the leg. But usually the leg will start at this point here, because when we rotate it, when we flex it in this position, when we rotate it here, it will rotate from this point. And yeah, there will be muscles above and everything, but here we will have something like a straight line, and then it will go like this. Rotation. Rotation doesn't happen from the top, but it doesn't matter that much. So, are those hulky legs yet? Probably, kind of. Although, the feet are not looking super hulky as a whole. So, many people are doing hulks, and the Hulk character will have bigger and huger overall feet. With the the ankles and everything big, you know. If you don't make the ankles big, then your Hulk character is doomed. He will not be big enough. So everything should be big in a Hulk character. So I will just inflate some things. Inflation will always work in our favor. We need more muscles. We need more dynamic legs. So I'll push the feet backwards. Here I will make a little bit of more things. So bigger, big toe. Since this guy has bigger bones, the big toe is also having a bone inside, and the other toes also, but the big toe is more visible as a toe, and it's more visible that it has a, you know, huge amount of bone inside. It's more bony, the big toe. This should be kind of okay now for this. If we want to make this side of the leg, what I would do is go to the anatomy. Where is our anatomy view? We will find it. When we found it, just go to the side view and try to do something like the anatomy, like in the anatomy. So, but a little bit more inflated. So this muscle probably will come like this, more inflated. I will disable the mirror because it's making me lag. It's making Blender lag, not me. I'm not lagging. How can I be lagging? We will make probably a muscle that's going from here down. It will be a little bit inflated here, but let's make this as a tendon that's going on top of those muscles here, coming from other muscles in between. This is a big tendon of this muscle, and it's going kind of around here in the front and going down. Here this will be one of the tendons is going to those 4 toes, and one will go to the big one, to the big toe. So we will have a tendinous area here in the bottom and not so tendinous area here in the middle of the lower leg, because it is muscular and all the muscles are kind of more inflated than normal. This is the iliotibial band here going down. It's very much too much backwards in my opinion, or the knee is too much forward. So I will take the knee a little bit closer to the iliotibial band, because usually from the if we look at it from the side view, you see how the knee is here, the iliotibial band is here, and we have a lot more distance from the iliotibial band to the back. So it's not even in the middle of this distance here. The iliotibial band, if the middle is here, it's in the front. And the front of the iliotibial band, which is the most visible part, because we have this kind of thing going on here, always in the knee, not always, but most of the time, separation. The front of the iliotibial is pretty close to the knee. So we have this area like this. Here we'll have this coming to the top of the fibula, and the top of the fibula maybe not here. It's probably is a little bit more forward because our calves are maybe a little bit bigger than a normal person. So let's go and make it a little bit like this. So the overall knee area will be more appropriate and small, and it will make the rest of the muscles bigger in comparison. Nice thinking. And you see, I'm thinking out loud here. I'm making those things after I say what I do, and this you will see. You will be able to pick the mind of a 3D character artist, which I am, and some of you are not 3D artists probably. So although these are anatomy sculpting exercises, I think they are appropriate for not only sculptors, but everybody who wants to understand the shapes and the muscles which are involved in a human. The more you understand the muscles and the shapes, the better you will be able to do your own characters and to make them. Of course, as always, and I'm saying that, and I will say that again and again, I will not ever stop saying it until I die. Use references always. Don't rely only on your anatomy knowledge that you have, whatever it is. Use references like crazy. Maybe even use crazy references if you have. But use references. Don't rely only on whatever you know or whatever you learn from this course, for example. Because this will not be enough for you to make a great character. It's always about using references. And as I'm using those references here in this file that you also have in your project file folder, I was collecting those references for a long time. It's a while. It's been a while. So use them wisely. And when you're making your own character, just collect a lot of references beforehand. Otherwise, you will fail. And if you fail, don't blame me, because I told you. Use references. Of course, in the beginning, even with references, it will be hard to do a character. But in time, you will learn how to achieve this result. Which result you will say? Not my result. Better result. You should be able to do better than me. Now I'm starting to think about the feet a little bit more. I'm making this portion a little bit lifted, this portion a little bit down, more down, as you can see. And it's not exactly like this, but it's a little bit like this, so we can kind of make it and it will look relatively fine. This is not a completely Hulk character. As we know, Hulk has bigger and more muscles and everything, but it is close, so I will leave it as it is. It's fine. Let's see again what happens with our muscles and everything. Not on this guy, not on this guy. Who was the guy who had interesting muscular legs? This guy. And by interesting, I say that the iliotibial band is very visible and the tendon of the biceps femoris is also visible there. So the iliotibial band is going a little bit more in, as we can see. And that's more interesting way of presenting it. And the biceps femoris here will have its tendon going down as well. And maybe we can even increase the size of here of the fibula to just be able to see where this tendon is actually attached. And from that, there will be some muscles coming. Overall, pretty muscular leg, I would say. It's not the most less muscular leg that we have seen. And when we put the both legs, then we'll be able to see exactly what is happening. And we'll be able to judge the muscles. Maybe I will push this down a little bit again, because this portion will always be a little bit more up than the other one. And if this guy has a huge muscles, he will have also a big ankles. So let's make the ankles a little bit bigger. Let's move this Achilles tendon inward like this to be curved. Usually that's interesting. And when we're making muscles and everything, we want to make it interesting. If we make it, even if it's kind of okay, but boring, it's not okay. We want to make it interesting. That's our main goal. Even if we make it a little bit fake, like this guy has made this kind of a fake line in here, it doesn't look super bad. I mean, when you go to it and see it and realize that this is nothing there, there is no separation there, there is nothing going in this direction, then you know. But other than that, it's looking fine, so we can get away with it. We can make, by the way, some veins. watching this guy. And let's try it. It will be just interesting experience. I will press S to save, and then I will press V for my draw brush. A little bit smaller. Yeah, this is fine. This is coming here, going like this. There will be a vein coming like this. Maybe a vein go like this here. This will immediately make it more interesting to have those veins. So on the knee we don't have too much veins, although there are some. Definitely there are some, but we don't care about them that much. We care about the veins down here. And this vein that's coming down in this direction, there are veins coming from the back here. There are little tiny veins coming in this direction. Overall looking pretty veiny, right? Yeah. Here we will have some veins. I try to not do veins without references because, you know, there are specific places that the veins are, and if you make them differently, it could look bad. It could look bad, so be careful where you make your veins. That's what I'm saying. Be very careful how and where you would make your veins. Other than that, cool, nice, big, thick legs with angular ass because he doesn't have too much fat and the ass is more angular than normal people. Cool thing. Do we like it? Not bad. Maybe a little bit more veins on this area here because it's too flat would be necessary. Let's see if we can check some other reference to see if there are veins in there, what kind of veins they are. There are not too many references from that side to see what kind of veins are. This is pretty ridiculous what's happening with this guy. There is vein coming from the top here, which is very important vein, by the way, this one. It's very thick and it's coming down like this, and from it we have some separation. On the side here we may have the occasional kind of little vein, but usually the biggest vascularity is on the inside of the legs. Why is that? Because it's more protected this way. From back in the days, from wild animals or from other humans. Nowadays again from other humans mostly. It's more protected in the inside of the leg. In the outside of the leg, not so much protected. But I'm kind of happy with the result we have. We can even put a shadow and we see what will happen with a shadow and cavity. It's looking fine, good. Alright guys, this will be for this video. In the next video, probably we can do a stylized leg, female leg, stylized female leg. Although stylized leg are, their stylized legs are pretty much similar to each other. This is kind of a stylized female leg. As you can see, it's kind of going a lot backwards and then forward and everything. But we can try to do something similar to this and it will be interesting. So yeah, see you in the next video. And guys, so this is our stylized female leg. So the stylized female leg needs to be stylized and also female. What's happening here? This guy's so smart. So I know. The idea is that we will do again the two legs. We'll do them together. We have a couple of references, not only this one. So it's not a problem. Stylization is most of the time combining different shapes in one. Sometimes neglecting some of the not so needed shapes, and that's mostly it. And we need clean and smooth shapes mostly. We don't need to have small details here and there like in the knee and everything. The knee can be relatively smooth with one line just for something. We will do a little bit more stylized because otherwise it's not appropriate. They will be more stylized than these ones. Probably a little bit like this. And maybe a little bit more stylized than this one. And from the back we will see this one and make it slightly more stylized than this. But the idea is that when we make the male stylized legs, they will be even more stylized. Why? Because I just want to do, maybe it will be useful for everybody to see how I do stylized, really stylized legs. Because when we say stylized, let's make them stylized actually. So I'm making the overall shape, as you can see. I always start with something like this, some shape that's resembling this, which is again, the shape of the upper leg is mostly coming from the quadriceps here. Then we have this kind of a flat area in here. The bump in the inner portion below the flat area. And usually when we're making stylized female legs, what I like to do is something pretty interesting. Let me show you if I can. Let's just make sure we have this kind of a thinking here visible. Okay, so we come from the top here. Yeah, let's hide this, you don't need to see it. We come from the top, and from this section, this area we go in, and then we go out, and then we go in, and everything is smooth. From here, this is your sartorius muscle. So from here we go in, we go out, and we go in. You see how this is coming like a tube. The sartorius is separating the leg into one. It's not exactly like this, but it's something like that, which is interesting. Here and here we have this, and that's it. Basically, it's not that hard or something. If you kind of manage to do this kind of flow, that's coming like this, and the same flow on the other side, so they are kind of counteracting each other. So the one flow will come like this, and the other flow will come, and it will kind of go below it. So you see here, this thing is here, this thing is coming, and stylized female leg. On the male, this flow is not needed that much. I mean, we don't need to do it that smooth and nice flow, because on the male we have to have more sharp lines. On the female, on the contrary, we don't need the sharp lines. So and here will be our knee. By the way, the knee is important, we always need to have it. Maybe this, okay, maybe not, it depends. But she even has it a little bit like this here. Think. Yes. So on the male, sharp lines and everything. On the female, smooth as possible, as smooth as. If you do some sharp lines, or you know, except for the knee area can be a little bit sharper, as we all know. Long and sharp knee area, but the rest has to be relatively thin, thinner than the male, except for this portion here below the ass. So if the ass is this, let's analyze the ass, make it a little bit bigger. You know, you can make the ass short like this. It's fine if you want. If you can make it long like this, not that long will be usually not that good. So you have to find the balance. If you make it too long, it will be bad. If you make it too short, it could be fine. I mean, too short can pass. You can pass. When we look at the leg from 3/4, we don't want to see from here, for example, we don't want to see separation like this. This we don't want to see. We have to see a smooth transition between ass or butt and the bottom. Here we can have even a little bit of a bump, of a inside bump, inner bump. This will go like this. And I think we are pretty golden right now. We are having it. It's happening. About the ass, usually what I want to do is kind of make the crease pretty harsh and then inflate it a little bit. And overall, the female ass especially doesn't have too much angles. It doesn't have angles. It's just like this. Or we can push this area up, this down, and here from around, let's say the middle, but a little bit above the middle. So if this is the width of the leg in this position, maybe the biggest width, the biggest horizontal width of the leg in the female body would be around here in the bottom of the ass, because this is where the leg is in its peak in this shape, in this position, in this direction, we may say. It's going like here, peaking here and going down and in. So this middle and a little bit above, after the middle, this crease is smoothing out and spreading, and it doesn't exist anymore. That's why when we look at the ass from this position, for example, here, this silhouette doesn't have the crease, and even from the side view, the silhouette usually doesn't have too much of a crease. It's something like this. Even here in the bottom, we can have a little bit of a bump, but I showed you this, I think, in the female leg video. Now here we are making stylized one, but still we want mostly to do a nice female leg first a little bit as we can, and then we will smooth some things, we'll make things a little bit more stylized. And usually, even when I'm making realistic leg, I am making it stylized inevitably, because, you know, when we are artists, our understanding of anatomy is by stylization. We cannot understand the anatomy without the stylization. So we need it. We need the stylization in order to understand it, in order to put it better on the paper. Or, in this case, not exactly a paper. Here I forgot in the beginning of the leg to make the flat portion, where is our favorite muscle, and we have to remember it because it's our favorite muscle. How can we forget our tensor fascia latae muscle? And it's not my favorite muscle of the whole body. My favorite muscle of the whole body, many of you know which it is. It's the sternocleidomastoid muscle, because it's one of the names which are the most complex. That's why I like it, because it's super complex name. But this tensor fascia latae also kind of sounds pretty academic and cool, if you know it. And if you consider putting it into conversation, tensor fascia latae, while you're just talking with some people and say, oh yeah, no, and the tensor fascia latae was pretty tense on that guy or girl or whatever, and they will be, wow, this guy knows his stuff. But of course it's pretentious, so be careful if you use it. Maybe people will say, oh, this guy is so pretentious. Let's remove ourselves from his circle. What I like to do, I like to pronounce the knee area a bit more. So let's see, this is the inner portion of the leg. This is like this. We will have this area, which is the a little bit closer to the kneecap. This is a little bit further. But yeah, this is the inner portion of the leg, and we will have this curve inside, and it's visible here how this guy made it. I think this was Pablo Perdomo that made this, but I'm not sure. Maybe I'm mistaken. Don't take my word for it. And we probably need to have a little bit less thickness in some areas, just because this is a female stylized leg and we need thinness. So as I said, I'm aiming for a relatively nice looking leg, and then I'm stylizing after that. I can pinch some areas just to make them sharp transitions, and other sharp transitions just leave them as they are. Here I will put this muscle, but very smooth it, and leave only the trace of it here in the top, because most of the time it's what's visible is that trace in the top. And overall, I don't want some musculature to be visible that much. I want everything to be pretty smooth. Am I able to achieve it? We will see. Let's point this legs downward. Let's make the heel backward. And we'll have to work a little bit on that area, because it is hideous. when we first make it, it's always kind of hideous. They will point a little bit outward. So yeah, we'll have this line, and it will go in, and then it will go out. We'll see if we'll manage to do it. I will make sure from the front view the ankle area is kind of narrow and thin. From the side view though, we don't want it to be that narrow and thin, the ankle area. The ankle area have to be narrow and thin only from the front view. From the side view we can have thickness, it's not an issue. And we have to have it actually. It's not about whether we want it or not. We have to have thickness there. It's not about wanting. If you don't make the thickness from the side view, you are doomed. Even the stylized characters sometimes have ankles. Sometimes, not so much. I mean, it depends, but usually they have. So they have almost all what the normal characters have. So almost what a realistic character would have, but everything is a little bit smoother, and now it's not. Now ours is not exactly smoother, but I guess we are just in a... I'm not guessing, I know. We are just on a sketch phase yet, so we'll have to consider that. Okay, let's push it in, probably. Okay, this is looking pretty nice. When you're making a female leg, be careful with the knee, by the way. It shouldn't be that sharp. I made it sharp, but then I kind of went there and relaxed it a little bit. It shouldn't be as sharp as I did it, although it should be a pronounced shape, which means you're coming from the top. First flat line, then you're coming from the top, and then you have shape, shape, you know, line down, line backwards, and then you have these lines. So our muscle here, the tibialis anterior, and then we have the bone and going into the foot. And here in the back we'll have the calves and then going into the Achilles tendon. And the calves, as you can see in the stylization, they can have separation here, but usually you don't have it. You know, it depends on what kind of stylized female you want. If you want a strong, muscular female, of course you will put more muscles and you will stylize them. For example, we will put this muscle here on a strong female. We'll smooth it out a little bit. Then we may put a little bit of an angle in here just to make sure it's kind of stylized with this sharp transition here and sharp transition here. Something like that. You know, this is stylized. We don't want it in this case, so we are fine without this stylization whatsoever. Maybe I need to push the feet closer together. Come together right now over me. This is amazing job by the artist, by the way, because you see the toes, they're looking just fabulous, just amazing. Each toe is unique. It's flattened in a certain way. It's just looking almost perfect, but I don't say perfect because it always can be better, but still this is very close to perfect. Closer than we can make it right here with the time that we have, but it's not needed. I mean, the purpose of this course is to give you the main idea of general shapes mostly. Some secondary shapes, again, which are important. But after that, you are on your own. After you kind of acquire this knowledge. Because I'm making this course because I know a lot of people struggling with legs. And they just cannot do it right. And I'm trying to simplify it so everybody can make a decent leg. Maybe not everybody will be able to do it. Only the people who are practicing. If you're not practicing, you will never get better with everything. If you don't practice anything, doesn't matter if it's drawing, sculpting, or self-improvement, doesn't matter at all. It's just practice makes perfect, and that's it. Of course, many people think that now there is AI and we can rely on it to make something. It's not exactly like that, you know. And it will not be. I made a video on my YouTube channel. I made a lot of videos about the AI, but this video, somebody in the chat told me that the AI is now very good and it can make a lot of things. I told them to give me the link, and I went to the AI in question and I tested it. It failed miserably. And then I saw the samples, which are the best things that this AI can do. I checked out the samples in the first page of this site, and I analyzed them, and they were useless. They were looking relatively fine, but that's it. They were useless because their geometry, their anatomy, they're not anatomy, but the meshes themselves were bad. They have pretty nice textures, and that's it. But the meshes were kind of not very useful. So don't be afraid. Even the 2D artists are still having jobs and working. It's not that we are doomed completely. We are doomed a little bit, because anyway, you know that we will someday eventually die. So we are doomed. But it doesn't matter, because if we want to... You see how I'm pushing this inward? If you want to become better in certain stuff, this will make your life, I think, better. This will give you purpose. Doesn't matter what it is. Leg anatomy, feet anatomy, or just anatomy as a whole, just sculpting or drawing. This will give purpose to your life if you don't have it. And purposeless life is usually the most miserable. I know it because I've been there a little bit, not too much. I've always have some purpose, but just a little bit. Sometimes I got purposeless and it's not nice. I don't feel good. Okay, this looks like interesting female legs. I didn't make them completely as the concepts. This, by the way, is AI concept, this one. This one here, I don't think it's AI. It could be, but I'm not sure. Probably it's not. This one, Stable Diffusion Korea, so probably it's AI. It's looking great though. I mean, I don't know. It's looking pretty amazing. And you can see that for stylized legs, it's very important from the front view to have relatively thin ankles, but only from the front view. The ankles before this kind of a bump here can be pretty thin. And this makes the thicker area here on the top be pronounced more, and overall shape of the leg is coming nicely. From the side view though, I don't think so. Yeah, let's try it, by the way. Let's try it and see. Let's make it thinner. I think it could work, but I will advise you not to do it too much. But some stylizations, like this one, it could work on them. It could completely be fine. And while we are doing this girl bare feet, usually you will have high heels like this. And when you put the high heels here, she will look gorgeous. Or the legs will look gorgeous. I mean, it depends on the face also. So if you can make a good face, she will look gorgeous. If you cannot make the good face, she will look not bad, not good, not good at all. Yeah, the face is pretty important on a female sculpt, so be careful about that. So as you can see, stylization is mostly because I don't make any, you know, too much or any detail on the knee area especially. The other areas on female, even if not stylized, we don't have to do anything. So this stylized leg actually came out to be almost as the normal leg that we did, the female one. Let's see, by the way. Female leg is here. Stylized leg. Yeah, the female leg that we did, we had more detail in some areas. It's yeah, a lot more detail in the knee area, and else this one is stylized. Okay, yeah, we can say it's stylized, so we are fine stylizing. The male stylized leg would be interesting though. I'll have to do some sharp lines there, and we will see it in the next video. This video came out pretty short, which is great because sometimes we have to make shorter videos. Here, let me just inflate this. It's a little bit too much what I did here. Yeah, we don't need this sharper lines. It's fine. Okay, good. What we have here is problems, and maybe we can do it with just increase the resolution and then smooth those out, but still we will have issues. If you don't want to have these issues, if you have problems with them, you can either flatten them with some flatten brush, or you can remesh the whole thing and reproject. Then they will disappear, definitely. And if you don't know how to do it, I'm explaining some things in my YouTube channel, so you can check them out. If you're drawing, just drawing, then you don't have to worry about those things. Alright, stylized legs ready. And action. Come on. See you in the next video. Stylized male legs. So the male leg, it's this thing here. Let's save this because I just found this reference. And this is from artist Kinmokusei. I got it from ArtStation Art Studio, offline classes or something. This is, by the way, a very good study. If you make this body, maybe you can make another head because this head looks hideous. But if you make another head and make this study, it will be a very nice study for the human, like stylized human and everything. It's very nice. Stylized male study. We do this, then we do this, then we do this. And by this, I mean I'm doing stuff. Mirroring and other things. Let's spread his legs, by the way. Let's make them spread. And now, when making a legs immediately spread, without just first making them unspread, I mean combined or together, without making them first together, we will bump into some issues. But since we know that most of the elements of the inner leg are standing on one line, we should be able to fix this issue relatively fine. What I mean by that, sometimes I will show you what people are making as a mistake. Here we're making this will be this on the knee area, and we will have this thing here, the quadriceps, the sartorius, The sartorius is pretty much visible in here. We definitely want to have our line in here. We definitely want to have our S, although the stylized S will be kind of sharpish, maybe. We'll see. And in the inner portion, we want the leg to be relatively thick, because as we know, and probably you know already, the leg is thicker at the top. So if you make something like this, I don't think it's even looking nice in the stylized thing. I mean, here the leg, let me see. So this thickness of the leg and this thickness of the leg are almost the same. Doesn't look nice. This one should be a little bit bigger, and then it should go a little bit smoother into the lower leg. Not that much. I mean, yeah, it's a stylization, but from here we can see that it's nice. From here, it's a little bit too much. So be careful about that. Maybe just make it slightly not so thick in that area, in the bottom area, and it should be all right. In the beginning, before we start stylizing, we need the main shapes, we need the S, we need the, this shape of the S a little bit. Maybe we can make some lines here and there just to fix it. We can make the hamstring muscles going from the inner portion of the leg, kind of going outward. We can have our hamstrings, of course, like this. We can have the quadriceps and everything like a real human leg. It's a real human leg actually, but stylized. So we need to make everything. This guy didn't make the stylization super nice in this area here of the knee. Probably he's also having issues with the knee anatomy, which is fine. I mean, as you can see, the torso is very nice, the shoulders are kind of okay, although the stylization of the shoulders is a little bit too much for my taste. But we will use it as a reference without actually making it completely, because we will make it better. At least that's the idea here. We'll make the calves big, sharp, and yeah, looking stylized already. Yes. Looking stylized? Okay. By the way, the planes of the leg exercise that we have done, it's relatively fine for the stylization. We don't need to make the sartorius actually. I mean, yeah, we definitely want to make the sartorius line, but we don't need to make the sartorius muscle itself, because it's not useful in this area. This is stylization. We don't want this muscle. We also probably want to stylize a little bit the kneecap, like in the concept. I always stylize it like this, by the way, exactly like the concept. Just a straight line in the middle, sharp, kind of, and then flat lines below and above. The bottom flat line is going in, the top flat line is going up, and that's kind of it. Here, we'll make sure we have our quadriceps, both muscles of the quadriceps. And we will stylize it at some point, but for now, we're just making sure we have all the things we need. Maybe even, if the guy is more muscular, we will make this separation here between those muscles. But you have to keep in mind that stylization sometimes means that you have to get rid of some of the details. Some of the muscles, you have to make them all together. You have to combine them into one group. Like the quadriceps, for example, could be just like this. And here in the middle, maybe a little bit of a sharp point up. But that's it. Not too much. Not too much. Here, a sharp line. This is absolutely appropriate. Sharp line in here, and that's it. We will not make this soleus muscle. You remember that? The muscle that's peeking below the gastrocnemius of the calves. So the muscle that's peaking here below and here in this side, below the gastrocnemius muscle. That we don't have to know gastrocnemius. What the shit is gastrocnemius? Nobody cares about it. But it's, yeah, if you care about the muscles, of course, I told you, you can check them out. We have them in our reference file here that you have in your project folders. So, yeah, and thanks to mostly the Anatomy for Sculptors book for all those names and everything. Yeah, you can find them in Google also everywhere. So it's not only in the Anatomy for Sculptors, but in the Anatomy for Sculptors book, everything is combined into kind of a one place, and it's nice. I'm just completely, it's super nice for me as anatomy teacher to be able to have this helpful drawings and stuff from Anatomy for Sculptors book. Super helpful. Now I will inflate this area because I want big feet, because this guy is a Bigfoot. As you can see, by the way, he's interestingly big foot. The ankles will make them kind of smallish. But again, keep in mind, from the front view especially, to have the separation, let's push this a little bit upwards. To have this separation, what I mean by separation, to not have the calves completely the same, so they shouldn't be like this. You know, this looks fine, but it's not good enough. The upper calves should be more up, they're peaking more up and then going down, and the lower calves are peaking more down. And this is making the overall shape better, and it's making the overall sculpt better, definitely better. So we know what's happening here in the back, but we don't care. We just make this, and we make sure we have the form and the shape of our hamstrings. Sometimes I forget the name of these muscles, but hamstrings is the name of the game. Here we can make a sharp transition, something like this. It's not an issue. Of course, if you have a concept for a character which is stylized, you should be able to follow it. And sometimes the artists, many times by the way, especially about the legs, the 2D artist will draw them not completely right, as they are here, not completely correct. But it depends if you want to make them completely like the concept, or to make them a bit better and a bit more interesting, a bit more realistic. So, not realistic, but the stylization is completely attached to the anatomy. If you know the anatomy, you can make a good stylization. If you don't know the anatomy, your stylization will be worst. It will not be as good. You know, if this guy that's making this concept knew the anatomy as well as us of the legs, he will make a little bit more different decisions, especially in this area here, because what's happening here? I mean, yeah, this is this thing going, but this is more up than this, which is absurd. It should be the other way around. The outer calf is more up. So yes, this is looking like a fast sketch without too much thinking. The guy probably is good at drawing. Yes, he's very good. It's looking very nice. But he is used to just make the things without thinking too much, just because it's stylization. He can do it with his eyes closed. At least that's what he's thinking. And he's doing great, but in some areas he has mistakes. And many people who are doing stylization have those mistakes. Of course, the best, they don't make mistakes. The best are just the best, and they don't ever make mistakes. By the way, while I was doing this course, while I'm doing this course, I just realized that I'm getting better and better in making legs. And I feel much more comfortable just make a leg, whatever, muscular leg, female leg. I just feel super comfortable because of all the practice that I did before I started to do the course. And then even with the practice that I did while I was doing the course and I was explaining the things to you, I became a little bit better even. That's a good thing. That's a very good thing. I am pretty happy about it. So here we will do just this. Sharp line. Here we will have a sharp line also. Sharp line. And we can just emphasize those lines, make them sharper even more. We can make this a little bit more squarish. This forward area here of the knee. It's up to us how we proceed. We can make everything like planes. Almost like the planes of the leg. But a little bit different because we want to. And as we see from this example here, sometimes when we stylized, the leg shapes can be not exactly perfect. They will still look fine because stylization is allowing us to be a little bit more loose. Not to do everything completely by the book. That's why many people are going to the stylization. They are liking to do stylized things. They don't like to do realistic things because in realistic you cannot go loose because it will be uncanny, it will not look good, and people will not like it. In stylized you can always say, this is stylization, this is my stylization, it's fine. And people will say, okay, yeah, it's stylization, it's fine, and everything will be cool. In realistic, not so much. So many of us, me included, are doing relatively stylized thing. Let me show you something. So this is the Thick, the hero of some hero from the comics, and then it has animated series, and then it has 2 seasons in Amazon Prime. 2016, I think, was the first season of not animated series. And this character that I did here is, I invented it. It's not from either series. It's not from the realistic series, it's not from the animated series. It's just my version of the Thick. But you see, we have what we have here. Sartorius, we have the quadriceps muscle, we have the hamstrings, we have the ass, a little bit more kind of a bodybuilder's ass. We have the calves in the back, we have some muscles here on the side, we have our favorite tibialis anterior muscle here, we have the knees, and overall we have everything, but we have shoes. I mean, the shoes are still not the best. We will definitely have to, I will have to make them a little bit like this and better. I always like to pull up the front portion of the shoes, and yeah, bear that in mind. It's nice to pull up the front portion of the shoes. This makes them look a little bit more interesting and nice. So you see how the anatomy of the legs is helping me make this character more believable and nice. Although it's kind of stylized, but it's not super stylized. It's kind of realistically stylized. Yeah, and while I was doing the chest in the beginning, I did it in this position. The chest is not normal position of the chest, and I fixed it because I was watching some references of bodybuilders. They're doing similar pose sometimes in the bodybuildings, and from that pose I kind of extracted the chest, and I did it better because of that. Because when you look for references, you will find them and it will be cool. Yeah, this is an interesting character. Maybe I will put some more hours on it. Maybe I will do a 3D print of it because it's a cool character. We'll see. But I wanted to show you that you can use all this knowledge in your sculpts. If I want to make a stylized version of the Thick, of this guy, it's here a superhero with a lot of muscles and everything, I will do it something like this. His legs. Maybe the upper legs I will inflate them a little bit more for this character particularly, because he's pretty strong. He's jumping from building to building, and he's jumping very, very high. So he need big quadriceps muscles and big everything muscles. Most of the muscles have to be big. Now, let's try to stylize a little bit the feet here, and we'll be ready. Go to the left view. From here, I will flatten the feet first, as I always do. Flatten. Good. Now it looks better. Now, when I rotate, everything disappears. I press the home button, and we are back in the game. Back in the game. Okay, now for the fingers or the toes, I would like, of course, to make the thickness of the big toe big. The big toe is always with big thickness, so big toe big. Then we separate. Definitely, when you are making a stylized character, you want a big separation between the big toe and the other toes. When we make that, we are making this line here, and the toes were coming from that line. Here I can make even this, a muscle that we have, we kind of hide it. Then we can make a little bit of fat pads here and smooth them. I'm making things and smoothing them just to see what will happen, what I will leave, what I will not leave, and stuff like this. This will be our the smallest toe. Here we'll have the others. When the width of the feet is big, we can fit all the toes without too much hassle, which is perfect. We need sharp lines like this, and here the big toe is looking awful. Let's put a little bit more geometry and fix it. Now, if you're using Blender, it may start to lag a little bit, but don't worry, just disable the mirror modifier and you will be fine. Then when you want to photograph it or to look if it's looking good, just enable it again and you should be completely in control. I'm sharpening some lines here, as you can see, because this way it looks better. Maybe we can even flatten some areas, like here, here, we can flatten. This even can be a little bit more flat and sharp, with sharp corners. Here we want to have a inflation, because this is what's touching the ground on this position. Now here I will add this phalange of the toe. We will have a nail, for example. Why don't we? A nail is cool to have. And overall, working and working and working, we will get to a better result. If we leave it before the better result comes, we will not able to get the better result ever. That's why you should kind of keep it until you get the better result. Of course, in the beginning, I'm not saying that you should have the better result as a whole. You will have a horrible result sometimes when you start, as we always did in the beginning of whatever we start. You may expect for you to be very talented, and even when you start, you to be pretty good at something. But it usually doesn't work like this. Yeah, you can make something that you are relatively proud of, but it doesn't mean that it will be professional, and many people, when you post it in ArtStation, for example, will like it. On the contrary, nobody will like it, most likely, or very few people. And you may get depressed, which you shouldn't, because it's normal. Especially nowadays in ArtStation, it's pretty difficult to get nice views and likes and everything. It's pretty hard, but we can try. Okay, I think this is looking relatively stylized. Let's stylize it a little bit more by just going and sharpening some of the areas. I cannot work on these legs because it's the other leg I'm working on. So from here, I will do this, maybe sharpen this area so I can make planes. And yeah, this is not looking too bad. When I was working on one of the games that I have done in GameLoft, the art director or the main artist was a guy who is understanding the stylization pretty well. So I learned a lot in there. That's why I'm thankful about my time in the game industry, because you inevitably learn a lot. So when you're making sharp lines, by the way, on your stylized models, don't make them too sharp. If they are super sharp, you will lose the main thing, which is very important, the specular on the corner. You know, a knife, when it's very sharp, it doesn't have specular on the edge, and we don't want knife sharpness. So be careful about that also. We want just relatively sharp like this, like I'm doing right now. Usually more sharp than this and you will do it, it will be too much. Yeah, I'm sharpening some other areas here. The S, you don't want to sharp too much. Just be careful about sharpening it, because it's not always a good idea. I think these legs are getting not bad at all. So yeah, cool. Here in the back you see we don't have too much detail. And even here, maybe the art director will tell you that we don't need that much detail there. But the other stylized legs that we can look for are the Wolverine legs that we've seen, but they are stylized, alright. They have a little bit more detail. They have the, you know, you can do different types of stylization with a little bit more detail, like these ones, but they are not realistic at all. They are stylized because sharp lines and everything is kind of, every shape is consistent and nice and smooth. This is stylization. This, what we did here, is also a relatively fine stylization, I would say. A little bit different than the Wolverine, but not bad at all. And we managed to avoid this thing. This thing is what I see a lot. So the thickness of the leg here in the top is the same as the thickness here just above the knee, which is not a good idea. You want to just relax. Don't do this. Do this. Do this. Don't do this. Don't do the other thing. Do this thing. You'll be fine. Alright, in the next video probably we should take care of the leg, the bent leg. So folded in the knee. But we'll see. Bye for now. Yes. So, guys, we will do bent leg, and the bent leg is interesting. We will see what's about the bent leg, because it's not like the normal leg, it's bent leg. It's amazing. So let's see what we can do about it. First, of course, we will try to do this bending, and I will draw it to you actually, because it will be easier. Repetition is the key as with many things. But let's first make the overall shape of our feet and leg and see where we are with it. we have to do another leg also. So the calf muscles here in the back. Basically the lower leg will not have too much difference than the normal lower leg, but the upper leg will have some. And we will see why. And what exactly it will have. So this will be tilted to the other side a little bit. Because you see this is the lower leg, and from what we know about our lower leg anatomy, we have here this point of the... What is this? This is, by the way, if this is the patella, the kneecap, then from it down there is the tendon that's attached to the tibia, and the end of the tibia here, around the corner of the tibia, we have attachment of our muscle here in the front, which is tibialis anterior muscle, and it's going down. Then here we will see a little bit of the calves in the back. Then here we'll have the tibia going down, and from the side of it we will have our calves again. The soleus muscle is coming here. It's a little bit visible, but mostly will be this calf muscle. And here we'll have a dimple, actually, a little bit of a dimple. Then we'll have the tendon of the fascia, not fascia latae, but the iliotibial band. It will come from here. The other tendon will come a little bit inward, so we will not be able to see it. Here we will have a very prominent, not prominent, but it will be visible, the teardrop part of the quadriceps. It will be here around, not exactly the middle of this, but it's pretty much on top also, like this. Here, this muscle, the quadriceps, is a little bit more backwards, so in this area, it will be mostly kind of a tendon and a little bit of a bone we might see. The bottom of the femur will be there, because the femur is kind of going backwards in here. I mean, it's tilted, you know. So here we will have everything as usual, nothing to care about too much. The big toe, the small toes, and all the other stuff. But here on the top will be the problem, and here we will have another thing. This will be the iliac crest, which is the pelvis. The end of the pelvis will be here, or the beginning of the pelvis. If we consider the pelvis, it's something like this. So this portion here, the edges, one of the edges will be here, and from there we will start going down, and as you can see, the leg has a little bit of a straight line, and then it bends forward. It doesn't bend from the pelvis. It bends lower than the pelvis, but we will see that. So it's looking good. From the side view, though, it will be more interesting from the side view. Let me show you what I mean. From the side view, we will have this, as I told you, little thing. Then we will go, the quads will be the mostly visible here, so it will be a little bit of a bump for the quads, and then a bit of a straightish line until we get to our knee, as it is here. This is the patella here, or the kneecap, and from it down and a little bit forward will be the beginning of our tibia bone. Then we'll go a little bit in and out because of this little bone, this little muscle, which is called tibialis anterior, as we know. Then we go down. And here in the side, we will have this tendon of the hamstrings. And since the hamstrings in this position of the leg are kind of tense, they will go a little bit backwards, and they will be a little bit more kind of a protruding like this. So this will be our hamstrings. This will be the tendon that's going to the end of the fibula in here. So the fibula is from here down to the ankle, the fibula. So this is the tendon. Above it, what we'll have is the quadriceps muscle, the end of the quadriceps muscle, and we will have, like in a normal leg, we will have kind of a transition between it and the hamstrings. Something like here, as you can see. Also, what it's not shown here is that the tendon of the hamstrings in the inner portion here is a little bit lower. So if we go to watch the leg completely from the side, this tendon will be here, for example, and the other tendon will be a little bit lower from the other side. But you will see that here the calves will come from the inner portion, and then we will have our leg like this. Amazing leg, very nice. Okay, this is it. And also the ass will not have a crease in here. Why? Because it's stretched, and when it's stretched, the fats doesn't make crease in there. So bear that in mind. It will not have a crease in here. It will be flat, kind of going. And here what we'll have, nothing like this. I mean, these things that are drawn in here, I don't know if you will ever need to draw those things, but of course we will have our tensor fascia latae a little bit smashed in here. We'll have the iliac crest in this area like this. Then we will have from it the gluteus medius. It will be a little bit stretched, not so much though. It could have a form, like you see here. It could have a form. This is the tensor fascia latae in the front. The gluteus medius, so the middle ass muscle, is here, and then the gluteus maximus will be stretched kind of a lot going forward. That's what we need to do. So let's try to sculpt it and see what will be. So we will have a little bit of a form here, which is the calves, not the calves, the quadriceps. This is the drop shape, the water drop shape or teardrop shape of the quadriceps. The patella here, we will have a little bit of an inner push here, because there is almost nothing in here, and we will have this point, which sometimes you can feel it when you are bending your knee and you touch just under the kneecap here, a little bit on the side, on the outside, you will see this bump in which we have connection of the muscle anterior, tibialis anterior. Here, of course, we'll have a bump inside, because this is the edge of our tibia going down, and on the inner portion here, our leg will start a little bit lower. On the outer portion, it will be a little bit upper, in the upper position. Here we can make a little bit of a crease, but not too much, just to make sure we are ending our hamstrings, because the hamstrings are the muscles that are relatively tense in this position of the leg. Here, between those two tendons, let's call them two, they are more than two, but they are visible as two tendons. So the inner portion of the hamstring and the outer portion of the hamstring, we have this fat pad that is usually there when the leg is straight. It's not actually that much there, and we start to have like a hole in here, a little bit of a hole between those. Here above this guy, above this hamstring tendon, which is connected to the tibia around here somewhere, above it we have our sartorius, of course, the longest muscle in the human body. It's coming in, as you can see it here, and below it we'll have our inner thigh muscles, which are going like this, and we will smooth them out. Let's make this upper portion in here, which is connecting to the pelvis. And we are golden, kind of. I mean, we have more to do, but still. And of course, the sartorius has to be connected there. It's the end of the sartorius, or the beginning. But, you know, if you have listened to Smashing Pumpkins, the end is the beginning is the end. So, you know, the leg from the front, from the top, will always be pretty much the same. It will be ass here, the butt, then it will be a little bit of a inner portion like this, and then the quadriceps, and then from here it will be a little bit more straight up to the front portion. The quadriceps is here, but it's a little bit on the upper portion of the leg, so a little bit more back. This is the quadriceps, and from it we have the iliotibial band will come a little bit forward. It's not super visible, so we have to be careful about those shapes because they're not super visible. Also, we have the inner portion of the calves in here, the soleus peaking, and we will have some leg or foot in here. Let's try to add what? No. Okay, let's try to add mirror. Not quite like this, maybe like this, and then rotate it. So the guy is like sitting and shitting, of course. But it's not for us to say. Maybe he's not. Whatever. So we're watching also the reference here. It's we should, because the reference is quite good. So we should watch it. This is the outer portion of the lower leg. We know how to draw it. Here, almost half of the leg is the calves. Not exactly half, a little bit less than half from the outer portion. And from the inside, more of the leg is the calves. It's like a lot of the leg is the calves. And of course, the other calf is the soleus coming from below and peaking, as we always say. And this will be for it. Now, from the front view, we have to go through all the views because we are sculpting. If you are drawing, of course, you need only relatively one view. Most of the time, you will need only one view. You will not need a million of views. But in order to understand what's happening, sculpting is the best way, and we need a couple of views. So we will go and make sure the ankle area is kind of more narrow. Here, this position, I mean, the feet, they shouldn't be that thin, so we will make them thicker, as we always do, especially on the side of the big finger. On the other side, the big toe. On the other side, not so much. Here we will have our little bit of a muscular bump. Then in this side, it will be mostly straight. On the other side, we can make it a little bit of an arch, as we see it in the concept also. We are calling it concept. It's not exactly. It's a reference, most of it. But the concepts, they are references, so it's fine. Although they're not. The concept is what you are doing. Like the character you're doing, drawn by another artist, for example. And the references are another pictures that you're using to get the clear idea of clothes and muscles and whatever you need to do. So you see, this is how it looks from below. We have the calves going from kind of inner portion of the leg. We have the calves are coming and their tendons are wrapping around the leg from this side and from this side. But they're kind of narrow. You see how the calves are narrow, the tendons are here, and on the top we have this kind of a huge thing. That's because if we go from here, the leg looks in this area like this, like a loaf of bread with this kind of thing a little bit here. So these are the tendons here, and this is the quads muscles on the top usually are there. Of course, here we don't have exactly the quads, but we have our sartorius, but above it, again, are this portion of the quads, is the portion of the quads. So we are golden shower. Oh. Okay. Yeah, golden shower is something completely different. We will have this inner thigh muscles. They will be relaxed in this position usually, so we don't care about them that much. We can kind of bump in here. We can make a crease in this area where there is tension when we are kind of putting tension to some parts of the body. For example, very good example is the finger. you don't have too much of a crease now. But when we fold it, you have a huge crease, even when you fold it only 90 degrees. If you fold it more, the crease is just enormous. So it's the same in many other areas. This is the same. We have this kind of a crease in here, and it shouldn't be that huge of a crease actually, because there are muscles there. The tensor fascia latae is there actually, so we have to be careful about that. And we are kind of starting to refine our lower leg, or our legs as a whole, because they look a little bit awkward now. We will get the ass closer together, like this. If we want to have two legs, of course. If you want to have only one leg, it will be easier, but with two legs it's more, not interesting, but it's more nice. It's more visible what's happening with two legs. So from the side view, what we have is the calves going in. This probably will be more straight. This inner portion should be more down. All right. So in both sides we have something like two things going. So in this side we have the sartorius and the tendon of the calves going in. From the other side we have the quadriceps muscle and the iliotibial band going forward, and below it we have this tendon. And of course, again, I'm saying that, and I will say it again and again, I will never stop saying it, use references. References are the key here, because there are a lot of bumps and happenings going on in the in these portions of the leg, especially when the leg is bent. Not many people know how to draw or sculpt a bent leg, so it's not easy. And if you want to know how to do it, I've explained a few things, of course, but if you really want to draw or sculpt it nicely, use references. Just find some references of bent leg, anatomical ones, and use them. There are a lot of references these days in ArtStation you can find for many things, and I guess bent leg should be one of them overall. And also with references you will much better understand what's happening, and when you understand it, you will make it work and it will look nicer. But only if you understand it. If you don't, you are doomed forever. Okay, here we have the kneecap, the patella. Below it we have this kind of a the beginning of the tibia. Then we have on the side here also parts of the beginning of the tibia. Let's see this here. Okay, this blue, green thing here is our tibialis anterior muscle. And it's making this shape forward. Let's make it a little bit more pronounced in here. And in the bottom, we will push it out. And still our legs, our feet especially, are looking grim. They're not looking good. So we will try to achieve better likeness. Now, the idea is that we are making something, as I did. Then we are making muscles. Then we are reshaping things and everything. And only after that, we are starting to go to a little bit more detail. For example, on what we'll do now for the feet is a little bit more detailing on the feet, because they are looking hideous right now. And we hopefully will be able to manage doing them better. And I guess so, yeah, so the first I will make the big toe, then a little bit of a push behind it, then the big toe I will fix, then this will go down. We'll have one up, one down, and like this. Those are the other toes. They usually are behind the big toe, so the big toe is more forward. Although, there are some people that have the next toe bigger than the big toe, or longer. It's not bigger. Usually it's not bigger, but it's kind of a longer. But that depends what type of person you are. In my case, The big toe is the bigger guy, and that's why I have problems with my shoes. With finding shoes, I wear shoes 46, number 46, which is sometimes problematic to find shoes that I like and they are fitting me. That's because of this toe. I have to cut it probably, but I haven't decided yet if I want to cut it. I probably will not cut it, I'm joking, but still, it's an interesting thought to cut it. And now we have a relatively nice looking bent feet. Let's work a little bit more because we have time. We don't need to end this video because this is our, let's say, final video. We may say it's a final video. So let's do this. And if you want to know more about the leg anatomy of feet, always you can use the Anatomy for Sculptors book. The other thing you can use is Proco Anatomy in YouTube. He's saying a lot about the overall anatomy of the foot and the leg. And of course, Bames Anatomy you can use. And you can use Bridgman, although Bridgman is a little bit difficult to use. If you are a beginner especially, if you are a seasoned artist, Bridgman is good for you. You can kind of see what's happening there. If you are not, it will be hardcore. So the teardrop muscle will almost kiss the patella here, so it will be close to it, very close. Let's see how close actually in this. It's pretty close, yeah. So it's pretty close here. On the other side, not so much. So here we might have a little bit of a bone, the end of the tibia, of the femur, I mean. The femur is the top leg bone. So we might have the end of the femur there. Femur. And overall, we will not be able to ever do a perfect flexed or folded leg. Because usually it's not needed actually, but sometimes when we're drawing or sculpting, especially sculpting superheroes for figurines, and we want a lot of detail on the leg, because the guy doesn't have nothing else than something which is very, very tight, so he has tights, and we need to be able to do it. That's when we will need our anatomy knowledge and a lot of references. Only with anatomy knowledge it will get you only so far. References will get you the rest of the way. For example, now I'm very good in leg anatomy today, and I will be in a couple of months not so good, because I will forget some of the things, some of the important things. If I watch my course again, I probably will remember some of them, but if I don't, I will still be good, but a little bit not so much. Right? So you have to practice in order to be ready. But also using references will help you, even if you're not as good in anatomy, to make a very good anatomy sketches, drawings, or sculpts, only with the help of our friend. And our friend is the references. Thank you. The references are our friends. All these references that I have gathered here for you guys to use. And of course, I don't own these images, except for the Anatomy for Sculptors. This is me, Nikolai Nainov. Because when you're buying the PDF of Anatomy for Sculptors, they're preparing it especially for you, and they're putting in every page prepared exclusively for this guy. So if you buy it, if you just pirate it, because it's also possible, then it will be not for you exactly. It will be not prepared for you, so it will not be your name there. But I bought it because, in my opinion, this is one of the best, like $40, or I'm not sure exactly how it is, the PDF version. How much it is, but it's whatever it is, it's worth it. But it's not worth it just to buy it. It's worth it to watch it and to analyze it and to kind of look at it when you have issues with something and to see what's happening. So now we will work with our soleus. Here we will do another kind of a muscle that's going, its tendon is going behind and it's coming right here, connecting. Amazing stuff, as we know. Let's cut this. Let's cut this thing. Yeah, I was about to say let's cut this shit, but remember, this is a professional thing. This is not a YouTube video. This is a course, so we cannot say these things. So remember, and don't say shit or other curse words. It's not professional. It's completely no. So be very careful. And also, you are paying for this course. If you have paid for this course, not get it from the torrents, you're paying for this course not to hear me curse, probably, because you also can curse to see me how I explain anatomy for you, and usually that's it. So I'm trying here to explain it to the best of my abilities. This is not a bad food, this is not a bad thing, but let's make the calves a little bit better. So they are going, let's say, in, but here we cannot work because the other leg is mirror. So we cannot work on the mirror actually. If you know, I don't know if you know, but it's difficult. So I will not. Let's continue working on this calves. The outer portion of the calves is a little bit more up, the inner portion is a little bit more down, and we are done. Remember to make the inner thigh muscles, which will come from the sartorius in. And they will make this shaping here, especially if the guy is sitting. But even if it's not sitting, even if he's not sitting, they will probably go down a little bit from the gravity. Well, other than that, they will stay like this, basically. If the person is sitting, then there will be a little bit more kind of a push in here. This will be more flattened, this area, and this flattening will push itself onto the sides a little bit. So something like this will happen. We don't care about this now because we are trying to achieve greatness. The idea is that you have to concentrate more on the knee area, although everything is important, but the knee area is the most important probably. And again, I advise you, touch yourself. If you don't, you will lose on a lot of pleasures, you know. Touching yourself will make sure you are you are having a good idea about the anatomy. That's what I'm saying. All right. Relatively nice folded legs. Remember those tendons in here. This inner tendon, oh, this is the outer tendon. This inner tendon, which is going down, you know, more down than the outer one. And the outer one, which is a little bit more up than the inner one. And you can feel that in your own legs. That's why I'm saying touch yourself, because you will be able to feel it if you touch yourself there. It's just a question of, would you do it? I'm doing it constantly in order to learn more about the anatomy. I am feeling the bones and trying to understand where they are exactly, how they look. And if the anatomy books or this guy with the blue t-shirt on the screen is telling me the truth, or he's lying to me and to himself, because this is also a possibility. We can be lying to ourselves and to others if we don't understand it quite well. Alright, this will be it for this course. I see you in the next video where we will make a wrap, what we have done in this course, and maybe I will show you my other courses also and explain some things about them. So yeah, see you there in the next video. So guys, this is the end. We have done this course. We have done leg from muscles. We have done planes of the leg. We have done just the foot. We have done a little bit of Bridgman anatomy, which is pretty useful. We have done female legs. Not bad. We have done male legs, just normal male legs. We have done this, which is huge, muscular. I like to do this, by the way, very much. These are stylized female legs and stylized male legs we have done. And also at the end we have done a bent leg just to see how this changes the anatomy in the middle, especially in the middle. But if they're bent from the hip also, so they're changing the anatomy also in the S area, which is fine. Also what we have here as a bonus is this file with a lot of references that we have already been through most of them, but you can always go and research and kind of see the reference, but only if you see this, for example, this reference, it's not going to be enough. You have to analyze it. You have to say, okay, this shape is like this shape compared to this shape, and watching the reference and seeing it and analyzing it, it takes a little bit of time. Don't think that you will just see the reference and say, okay, I'm ready. It's not exactly like this. You see here, amazing stuff. Yeah. So, if some of you, as you know from the intro, want to learn more about anatomy, want to learn more about other stuff, there is a lot of courses that I am selling. They are my courses, I did them. For beginners in ZBrush course, for advanced ZBrush users, stylized cyberpunk girl, the cartoon character in ZBrush, this dragon riding a horse, pretty interesting. And for Blender, Blender for absolute beginners, character crafting with Blender, this rabbit is also for beginners. And the other courses are mostly for advanced Blender users, especially this one, Dragon Girl in Blender. It's pretty complex. I mean, a lot of things are going on in there. It's not for beginners as a whole, but I have also other anatomy courses like arm and hand anatomy exercises, and probably the most important one, head anatomy and sculpting exercises course, where I do skulls, anatomy from face from planes and other faces and female face and everything in one course. It's pretty tight. Also, superhuman anatomy for artists is basically male anatomy, but a little bit more muscular, and female anatomy for artists is female anatomy, and we have comparison with male anatomy, where I got the female anatomy and make a male anatomy out of it by talking what's happening with the differences. So that's it for now. And watching this pooping guy, or sitting, let's say he's sitting, we will end this course for now. And forever probably. But yeah, you can come back to this course always, of course, after you practice a little bit, just to get a little bit more understanding, because there is a lot of information and you cannot actually grasp this information in one go. So my advice is to come back at some point again. Thank you.